That is right, you guys. We are live for the 2024 NBA draft. I got the dogs wrestling in the bed, barking. The draft is literally starting. I meant to go live like 5 minutes ago, but I had some technical issues. But it doesn't matter, you guys. We are live. It is going to be a great stream. I want to give a big shout out to my guy, Casey, who was generous enough to design yet another intro for these live shows. I appreciate him spending the time on that. Thank you so much, Casey. And if he's still listening, he might be I think they just made the first pick, by the way. He might be joining us later along with some other guests as well. So the draft is here. It looks like the team was just celebrating. And did they make the pick already? We're watching this live. It's going to be one of those shows, y'all, like just whatever happens, happens. I got the TV on right here. And yeah, I'm excited, y'all. It's going to be a good show. And I'm really excited for when the Phoenix Suns make their pick. That's when I feel like I'll be, fully engaged. But just so you guys know, I got 2 different waters here. Actually, 3 different waters. I got my Suns cup right here. Got full of water, but it was one of those days where I needed a little bit of coffee. So I got some coffee here. I got my phone just in case I need it. I don't know if you guys can see it, but in the background, I got some extra hats. I'm going to be changing hats throughout the stream. It's going to be a lot of fun. Again, dogs are freaking out. They're having their nightly wrestling match. I'm just going to embrace it at this point. You guys have dogs. You know how it is. And yeah, so they're wrestling on my bed. So if you hear some crazy noises, that's what's going on. So they said the pick was in, but I don't think they've actually announced it yet. I might turn, I don't know. I don't want to do volume because ESPN's really like, I remember I got copyrighted a long time ago for like listening to a NBA draft show while I was live. They copyrighted me for it. It was BS because all that was in there was just the audio. So yeah. This is going to be a great show, you guys. So much to talk about. We've already had a couple of trades. So much I want to dive into. I want to talk about the Mikal Bridges stuff. Again, my apologies for how the show started. I meant to be live like 10 minutes ago. But you guys know how it is. Still, you guys, this is going to be an awesome show. Just so you guys know, too, I uploaded a video on why I like the NBA being 2 days, or NBA draft being 2 different days. I uploaded 2 different YouTube shorts. They're all on the channel right now. And yeah, I am really excited, you guys. This is going to be a good day. It's already been a good day. It's the NBA draft. It's like a holiday for me. Thank you to everybody who is tuning in. We have 100 people in here, or over 100 people, I should say. And I appreciate everybody that is in here. And once we get kind of settled down a little bit, we are going to talk some NBA. Here comes Adam Silver, who is going to announce the first pick in the NBA draft. Here we go. Zachary Riochet. Is that how you pronounce his name? I don't know how to pronounce his name. The Atlanta Hawks have drafted Zachary Riochet. Is that how you pronounce it? They did it. So not only that, you guys, let's talk some Atlanta Hawks for a minute. Now, obviously, I'm not a Hawks expert or anything, but from what I've been gathering, from what I've been seeing, this is a team with a lot of question marks. So first off, congratulations to Zachary Riochet and his family and everything. Congratulations to them. But they have a lot of question marks around their team. Are they going to, thank you, Casey. That looks awesome. He's doing some behind the scenes producing there. Are the Hawks going to kind of blow it up by trading Trae Young or DeJounte Murray? Or are they going to kind of maybe keep this together and add Zachary Riochet to this mix and whoever else they draft? I don't know. Lots of questions. I believe Quinn Snyder is still their head coach. Landry Fields is their GM. But I will not be shocked if one of DeJounte Murray or Trae Young gets traded. I will not be shocked. Maybe I'll be shocked if both of them get traded, but I won't be shocked if one of them gets traded, if that makes sense. Give me a second here, you guys. I'm going to let my dog out. Zachary Riochet is walking up to the stage, hugging Adam Silver. And yeah, give me a second. I'm probably going to be standing up a lot, you guys, because like I said, I got some hats over here that I want to like put on throughout the show. And I might need to go to the bathroom every once in a while, too. We're probably going to be live for like 5 hours, y'all. So it's going to be a fun show. And you know what? With that being said, I'm going to take a sip of my coffee. Cheers. Delicious. So the Atlanta Hawks select Zachary Riochet. Yeah, if you guys are new to this channel, I am terrible at pronouncing names. I will never get good at pronouncing names. Zachary Riochet. Come on, baby. Yeah. Okay, the dogs have left the building. Okay, I want to talk about the Washington Wizards since they're next. They have 4 minutes to make their pick. And the Washington Wizards are interesting, you guys. First off, in case you missed it, and I want to pull this up too, they made a trade like an hour ago. And I just want to go over this trade with you guys real quick. According to Adrian Wojnarowski, and this is a little surprising. This is where I'll pull it up too. Let me see here. Let me just pull this up. Here we go. So in case you guys missed it, the Washington Wizards have traded Denny Advia. I hope I pronounced his name right. And oh, great. Shams is already leaking the picks. But this isn't really a surprise, though. This pick isn't a surprise. So according to Shams, they're going to draft Alex Sarr, which is the right pick. Like, even though I am not a draft expert, Alex Sarr just makes a ton of sense for the Washington Wizards. And I guess since Shams tweeted it, I might as well just share it on the screen. I hope they don't do that. I don't know. I hope they don't. Maybe certain picks I'm okay with them kind of like leaking out before, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I remember a couple of years ago, they were literally tweeting out every single pick, and it kind of ruined the draft. I hope they don't do that too much. And can you guys see my screen okay? Let me see how it looks full screen. Okay, that doesn't look too bad, but we need to kind of zoom in here. See if I can fix that. That might look a little better. But yeah, so Washington Wizards. Let's stay on track here. A lot's happening here. That's funny. I just saw a tweet saying Shams spoiling the picks equals automatic notifications off. I can't do that, y'all, because if they like if the Suns make a trade or something, it's gonna be Woj or Shams who are gonna be the first on it. Okay, but real quick, Washington Wizards are going to draft Alex Sarr, number 2 overall. But earlier they made a trade, like I was talking about with Denny Advia. And the big part here with this trade, and I want to get to it real quick. Let's go back. Here it is. Oh, a lot going on here. So they traded Denny Advia. Hope I pronounced that name right. And they are receiving Portland's number 14th pick and a 2029 pick for Malcolm Brogdon. So the Blazers are getting Denny Advia, and the Wizards are going to get Malcolm Brogdon, who will probably get traded, the 14th pick, and a future 2029 pick. I don't know if it's a first-round pick. I don't know. But here's what I'm getting with all of this. And I was talking to my friend Romp today. You guys know Romp 2.0, friend of the channel. And by the way, Jake Fisher just confirmed that Washington is drafting Alex Sarr, number 2. And here's why I might be rare with this. This might be Sorry, I'm just reading something. I might be alone on this, but okay. So Alex Sarr just got drafted. There it is. The pick is in. I like what the Washington Wizards are doing. I've been strangely fascinated with the Washington Wizards, and saying that the Wizards are rebuilding is an understatement. They literally tore everything down. They tore it down. And I mean, they obviously moved on from Bradley Beal, Kristaps Porzingis. They kept Kyle Kuzma, but it's like you got to pay somebody, and he's already been thrown in trade rumors. And now with this trade, they now have picks 2, which is Alex Sarr, pick number 14 via Portland, pick 26, and pick 51 from the Phoenix Suns because of the Bradley Beal trade. And I've heard their general manager, Will Dawkins, say over and over again that they're not going to, quote, skip steps in this rebuild. There is, quote, no timetable on this rebuild. And they have a lot of salary cap, a lot of young talent, a lot of future draft picks. So I've been kind of fascinated with this rebuild. I don't know why either, but I just have. And I really like Michael Winger, who I believe is their like, I don't think he's not their owner, but he's like above Will Dawkins on the chain. And I think Will Dawkins is a great GM. I've watched a lot of their interviews. I've watched a lot of their press conferences. I just really like what they're doing. And I want to give a shout out to Greg Feinberg, who covers the Washington Wizards. Very nice guy. I engage with him on Twitter a lot. We've talked. I might actually have him on the channel soon to talk some Wizards and Suns. And he is just as optimistic as I am about this rebuild. So congratulations to the Washington Wizards, who I'll pull it up here. Let's see. I don't know if Woj tweeted it out. No, he didn't. Thank goodness. But yeah, you know what? We're just gonna do this. Let's just share this right here. Here we go. Let's share that screen. That works better. Okay. And you know what I might do actually? I might have to actually switch monitors. I wasn't anticipating that, but I don't like the way this looks. I'm using a different monitor. That just looks, it just doesn't look good. If I switch to this monitor, it'll get bigger. You guys can see all these tweets and everything. So we might have to do that. Yeah, I think we're going to have to do that in a minute here. So give me a second here, you guys. We're going to kind of fix some stuff here. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm going to temporarily remove myself. So give me a second here. What the fuck is happening? Okay, we good now? Are we good? This is why I was like 5 minutes late, y'all, because I was having like so many technical difficulties. Sorry about that, guys. It's gonna be a long stream. Story is we're gonna trade down. Yeah. Shams, why are you spoiling the draft, Shams? Like, come on, man. Give me a second here, you guys. I'm sorry. I got to turn on this light too. Give me a second here, y'all. Actually, you know what? I think the lighting looks okay. Screw it. Okay, cool. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry, y'all. Just technical difficulties over here. Trying to get everything all set up here. My bad, you guys. Okay, let's see. You already know the drill. Even though my guy Casey's helping me out over here, it's still literally a one-man show, you know, because Casey's obviously not physically here, and there's a lot of monitors and plug-in stuff, and there's lots of cords, and it gets crazy. So my bad, y'all. Take your time. We're chilling with you, or take your time. We're here all day with you. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Seriously, guys, thank you all for being here, you guys. Like, we have over 100 people in here, and one reason why I'm like thankful for you guys is because there are so many draft experts out there, and there's a lot of other draft shows going on, and yet you guys are choosing to be with me right now. So that is absolutely huge, and I really do appreciate it, y'all. Thank you, guys. Let me lower this too so you guys can see. That's going to look a little better. Okay, cool. There we go. Yep, Reed Shepherd goes number 3 overall. So, speaking of the Houston Rockets, should we talk about that? Should we talk about the Mikal Bridges trade now that we're kind of locked in here? And now that we're more focused? Let me take a sip of my water and coffee, and we'll really begin this show. I was gonna have that one bright light on, but like now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, this lighting looks okay. You're not really here to see my face. You're just more here to listen to my thoughts and opinions. So, cheers. Okay, cool. So, real quick, you guys, let's recap. Got off to a little bit of a rough start with the show. I mean, in terms of with all this that's happening. But fun fact, Zachary Riroche, however you pronounce his name, and Alex Sarr have made history. This is the first time 2 French players were selected in the top 5 of the NBA draft. Riroche goes number 1 overall to Atlanta. Alex Sarr goes number 2 overall to the Washington Wizards. I love it. And then, Reed Shepherd going number 3. Look, you guys, I'm not even going to sit here and pretend like I'm a draft expert, but from everything that I have seen on Reed Shepherd, he is one of the best overall talents in the draft, and sort of like Devin Booker. Now, I'm not comparing him to Devin Booker, but sort of like Devin Booker from Kentucky, came off the bench in Kentucky, I believe, and I think could potentially be one of the all-around best players in this draft. We will have to see. So just so you guys know, as you guys can see right here too, I have Shams Charania from The Athletic pulled up, Adrian Wojnarowski pulled up, Dwayne Rankin from the Arizona Republic, John Gambadoro, and then my Twitter. But I might add Bobby Marks, because Bobby Marks has like a lot of good insight, and I have like my notifications on my phone over here. So if you're actually sitting here watching, that's what's going on. And I am going to kind of move this over to, there we go. Oh yeah, that looks better. I wish you guys could see like a point of view from what like I'm seeing here. There's just a lot going on, a lot of buttons to click, a lot of chords. So yeah. So the San Antonio Spurs, you know what? I wonder if there's a way like I can pull without Shams. Well, I mean, Shams is spoiling it as we go. The San Antonio Spurs are selecting Stephen Castle, number 4 overall, which, you know how I mentioned that Reed Shepherd is one of the best talents in this draft? I don't know if this is like a hot take, and this isn't really me saying this, is just stuff that I've kind of read and seen. Is Reed Shepherd the best player in this draft? And that might be a hot take because Alex Sarr is pretty damn talented, y'all. I don't know. But a couple takeaways from this draft already. And look, I know it's not NBA 2K. I know you can't just press a button and all these picks will be traded. Yeah. I honestly thought we'd see a lot more trades involving draft picks so far. 20 teams have 2 or more picks in this year's draft. And so far, the only team that has traded is Portland. As I mentioned earlier, they traded the 14th pick to the Washington Wizards. So, again, that could change. Lots could change from here on out. But I don't know. I kind of was anticipating a lot more activity. I don't know. Okay, guys. While the picks are flying in, I think what we're going to do, instead of looking at that ugly screen with all the tweets and everything, I think what we're going to do is I'm just going to talk and kind of just update you guys on the picks and all that. If that's okay, let me know if you want me to go back to that screen. Obviously, if there's like breaking news, I'll go to Woj and Shams' Twitter. Let me know if you want me to go back to the what they call tweet deck with all those other accounts pulled up. But let's just talk NBA for a while the picks are rolling in. So let's talk about the Mikal Bridges trade. And I think it's fair for me to talk about this because I spent how long was Mikal Bridges with us? Like 5 years? Something like that. 5 years covering Mikal Bridges on this channel. And because that trade literally kicked off the NBA offseason. I was up for like 2 extra hours last night because of that trade. So, pointing out the obvious here. Obviously, the New York Knicks got a lot better, and that's an understatement. Plus, a couple hours ago, it was announced that OG Anunoby is re-signing with the New York Knicks. He got like a massive deal. It's like 4 or 5 years, something like that. I think it's like for over $200 million. That's insane. So not only did they trade for Mikal Bridges, which is good on and off the court for team chemistry, for obviously defense and offense. We all know what Mikal Bridges can do. And you know what? Sort of a hot take here. No, I don't want to say that. I was going to say Mikal Bridges can play make, but what I was trying to say was Mikal Bridges can help Jalen Brunson and their other guards at least take the ball up the court and run some plays. I'm not saying they're gonna run their offense through Mikal Bridges. I'm just saying, like he did in Phoenix a couple times, he can take the ball up the court, spread things out a little bit. But I was listening to Worldwide Rob, who's got one of the biggest NBA Twitter accounts on Twitter, big Knicks fan, knows the game of basketball. He made a good point. He's like, this is definitely going to help Jalen Brunson with spacing, because we all know Mikal Bridges can shoot the 3 a bit. He's not afraid to take the 3. So I really like this pick. And then there's obviously the Villanova ties with Jalen Brunson, Dante DiVincenzo. I'm forgetting the other guy, and you already know all that. But now that they actually secured OG Anunoby, who I know he has the injury history. That is just huge. They are going to be one of, if not the best defensive team in the league. They're going to be one of the best teams in the league. And if they stay healthy, I like the I'm not saying they're like going to go to the finals, but I could see them in the Eastern Conference Finals. And that's saying something because they should have made the Eastern Conference Finals this season. They were one game away from that. They lost in game 7 and they were depleted by injuries. You can make the, and I hate to sound like this guy, like I hate to say things like this, but it's true, especially in the New York Knicks case. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. If they're at least 75% healthy, the Knicks go to the Eastern Conference Finals. They literally ran out of bodies and they were just exhausted. So now you add a full season, because remember, I think they traded for OG Anunoby at the deadline, if I remember correctly. You have a full season with OG Anunoby, a full season with Mikal Bridges. You have that chemistry with the Villanova core that's there, plus some other young talent like Miles McBride. I doubt Isaiah Hartenstein comes back. They just probably won't be able to afford him, but they'll trim around the edges. They'll do what they need to do. And thank you so much, man. I love this draft shirt. Or it's not a draft shirt, it's just an NBA shirt. But yeah, I love this shirt. And yeah, the Knicks are just going to be really damn good. And that's less pressure that Jalen Brunson now has, who was an MVP candidate this season. And they just, at least on paper, they have everything they need. Thank you, Casey, for the little graphic there. Appreciate it, man. So, Stephen Castle. Like I said, you guys, if you're going to subscribe to this channel, I am not good at pronouncing names at all. So get used to it. I'm not even going to apologize for it anymore. But yeah, Stephen Castle going to the San Antonio Spurs to play with Wemby. So like I said, from the very little draft homework that I've done on Stephen Castle, did they just get the best overall talent to now pair up with Wemby? Oh, and by the way, the Spurs have 3 more picks. Casey, if you want to pull up a little graphic or a little banner that talks about teams with multiple picks, we can go over that list now. I kind of like this. I like how we're still reacting to the draft. Nothing major has happened yet besides like the Mikal Bridges trade and all that. And I guess, you know, the Washington Wizards trade. That trade was just kind of random. So I think while we're waiting for the picks, Detroit's about to make their pick at number 5. We'll see. And according to Adrian Wojnarowski, they are going to keep the pick. And Jake Fisher's confirming it as well. I think they're going to draft Ron Holland. Yeah. So Jake Fisher, Shams Charania, Ron Holland is going to go to the Detroit Pistons at number 5. So let's talk teams that have multiple picks. Let's do that. So I wrote this down. I've been tweeting about it, and we're just going to read you every single team here. There's 20 teams that have 2 or more picks. And this is where, again, I know it's not NBA 2K, but I thought that there would be a lot more picks traded by now. Maybe once we're out of the lottery, then teams will be like, screw it, take all of our picks. Maybe even the second round, teams will be like, hey, take all of our picks. We'll see. I don't know. And keep in mind, you guys, this is just round 1 of the draft. This is the first time in NBA history where the draft has been 2 separate days. And speaking of tomorrow, by the way, I am going to be doing a more relaxed show tomorrow where I'm going to have some guests on. We're just going to talk about all the NBA latest news. We're going to kind of react to the picks, kind of like we're doing here, but we'll have like guests on, And I might have somebody on the show later, and Casey's behind the scenes producing. He might join us later too. But tomorrow I actually have a couple of guests who might be joining us. And it's going to be like a little relaxed show, just like a fun little show. talking NBA draft, talking the NBA with guests and everything. So, okay. So here's what we're going to do, y'all. Yeah, so as you can see right here, the Spurs have 4 picks. The Blazers have well, now the Blazers have 3 picks actually because of the Washington Wizards trade, but I'm just going to read them to you. Ooh, okay, wait a minute. What's going on here, y'all? Oh, we got a trade. We got a trade. According to Jake Fisher, Charlotte is trading back from pick 6 to pick number 9 with Memphis. The Memphis Grizzlies are going to draft Donovan Clingan. They wanted him. Holy shit. We got a trade. Let's go. Oh my God. We have a trade. I'm going to put that as the banner. We have a trade. Let's go. Charlotte is trading back pick 6 for pick number 9. Another. I like how Woj, what are you doing, man? He said, another team is working to move up and secure Donovan Clingan. Let us know the team. Jake Fisher was on that first. I had Jake Fisher on this channel once. I got to get him back on the channel again. Shout out to Jake Fisher, man. By the way, I'm going to totally butcher your name, and I apologize. I don't even want to butcher your first name, so I'll just say your last name. I will get to this super chat in a little bit. We'll talk Suns once we're closer to that. I know a lot of you guys are here for that, but we're not there just yet, okay? But holy crap, we have a trade. Okay, now this is where I'll pull up like Woj's Twitter and all that. This is where I'll do that. So let me just do that real quick. Let's see here. Actually, I should pull up Jake Fisher because he's the one that actually tweeted it. Let's pull that up real quick. My guy Jake Fisher, who I've had on this channel once. Let's go. Oh, wait. What? Okay. There's a lot going. What the heck is happening? Okay. Here's my screen. Here's Jake Fisher. Y'all, this is crazy. Hold on. Wait a minute. What's going on? Oh, here we go. So, yeah, he says, apologies. Charlotte is working on trading back to number 9. The Grizzlies have long wanted Donovan Clingan, and Memphis appears to be closing in on a move for the UConn center. Portland has wanted Clingan as well, holding at number 7. So Charlotte's on the board right now with pick 6. And I don't know if Woj... Yeah, all Woj talked about was another team is moving up to secure Donovan Clingan. Wow. Okay, so now let me share this screen. As you guys can see, there's Woj's tweet about another team, but like, what's the team? I don't even think Shams knows because Shams has been spoiling all the draft picks. Okay, so that's how you pronounce your name. Deka? Is that how you pronounce it? Deka Wordsmith. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I promise I will get to that soon. And just so you guys know, I appreciate everything, y'all. You do not have to leave a super chat, but if you do, I promise I will get to it. You know, all of it helps. You know, I appreciate it. It helps keeps the lights on over here. And yeah, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, so JV asks, who traded up? I don't know, man. Like, we're figuring that out now. According to Jake Fisher, it looks like Memphis is trading up. I think they had pick 9. Yeah, so Memphis has, let me see here. Yeah, 9. Memphis has picks 9, 39, and 57. So maybe there's a trade going down as we speak, and Memphis is going to draft Donovan Clingan. Huh. I guess we'll have to wait and see, y'all. I think there is mystery surrounding this draft. It's wide open. If there is pressure to make a surefire choice, teams may trade down, but not for 2024, in my opinion. I'll just say this. I mean, obviously, there's pressure on a lot of these teams, front office members, front office staff, GMs, etc., ownership. There's a lot of pressure on them, but I feel really bad, and I'm going to butcher this name again. I feel really bad for Zachariah Riache because he's the number 1 overall pick. And I don't care if you're Wemby or LeBron James or Michael Jordan or Andrew Wiggins. There always is pressure being the number 1 overall pick. And it's unfair pressure. It's like unrealistic expectations. Okay, so we have an update with the Charlotte Hornets. And this is coming from Woj, Shams, Jake Fisher. The Hornets are staying put. I wonder what happened there. That's weird. Maybe the trade fell through. Now, in all fairness to Jake Fisher, why can't I share my... Oh, wait. Hold on. Sorry, guys. In all fairness to Jake Fisher, trades can collapse like that. It's literally like if you're on the phone with somebody, you're talking about a certain trade. Remember, teams only have 5 minutes. Well, once their pick is in, they only have 5 minutes. So maybe this was one of those scenarios where Memphis really, and it's funny because the Hornets aren't even picking Donovan Clingan. So Donovan Clingan is falling. Maybe this is one of those situations where a trade was supposed to be in the works, didn't happen. Maybe Charlotte said, we're not even drafting Donovan Clingan. So then Memphis was like, okay, cool. Maybe we can get him at pick number 9. Maybe that's what happened. I don't know. Curious to see what happened there. I'm sure we'll find out later. Oh, man, what a crazy draft so far, y'all. I don't know. I just have a hunch that we might see some more trades going down soon. And I got a notification here. Let's see what happened. Okay, so it looks like Charlotte is going, who, by the way, Charlotte also has a new GM. They have a new head coach, new front office. The Hornets have selected, I'm going to butcher this name. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. 18-year-old Tajan Salan with the 6th overall pick. Charlotte has prioritized positional size throughout the pre-draft process, which Shalon fits alongside Brandon Miller and Mark Williams. Shalon is viewed as one of the most high upside prospects in the draft. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. He says, make sure you're drinking your water, Suns Geek. Look after those vocal cords. For real, man. I got to live stream this whole show. I got more streams to do tomorrow. Thank you. I appreciate it. Cheers. Speaking of my vocal cords, I am going to post something real quick. So give me a minute, y'all. I'm just going to pull this up. You guys can just, give me a second here, y'all. Just going to share something real quick. Whoa, my lights just flickered. Did y'all see that? Hope my power doesn't go out. All right, cool. Oh, great. I just heard thunder too. We're going to have a big storm over here where I'm at. So I guess we can do a little recap here. Let's see here. So Zachariah Riache, however you pronounce that, goes number 1 overall to the Hawks. So despite whatever they do with Trae Young, DeJounte Murray, kind of seems like they're building towards the future. Alex Sarr goes number 2 to the Washington Wizards, which I was just so big. Like that was just like, that was the pick that just made a lot of sense. That was the pick that I was high on for them. Reed Sheppard goes number 3 overall to the Rockets. I didn't really talk about the Rockets and the KD stuff, which I promise I'll get to that. Real quick, just on the Houston Rockets, though. They won 21 more games compared to last season. Like the season before that, they won 21 games. This season, they won 41, excuse me. And their whole philosophy was defense. So now they add Reed Sheppard to that. It was a very talented, great prospect. Stephen Castle, however you want to pronounce it, goes number 4 overall to play with Wemby. Ron Holland, I don't know that much about Ron Holland. I've heard a lot about him, but I just don't know that much about him. Number 5 to the Pistons. Don't get me started on the Pistons. We'd be here for like an hour. And then Chajan Salan goes number 6 overall to the Hornets. And the pick is in. This is where I don't really mind Sham spoiling it here. The pick is in. Portland is positioned to take Donovan Clingan at number 7 overall. The Portland Trailblazers are taking Donovan Clingan with the number 7 overall pick, and the Memphis Grizzlies are probably pissed. Wow. I do not blame the Grizzlies for being upset about that. I know they really wanted Donovan Clingan. Wow. Donovan Clingan. Okay, so now let's talk about the Blazers for a minute. Here's what's tricky about the Blazers. First off, they just traded for Denny Avila, so that's another roster spot that they have. Well, first off, there can only be 15 roster spots, but they just traded for Denny. And JV, you're coming in clutch with this question here. So he says, what do you think about Ayton's future in Portland? The Blazers are taking Clingan. So this is where I'm getting at with Portland. You traded for Denny. You draft Donovan Clingan. 2 roster spots right there. And I was reading something on NBA.com. And if you're a Portland Trailblazers fan, correct me if I'm wrong here. They have 13 players under contract for next season. And I can name some of those players. DeAndre Ayton. Well, Malcolm Brogdon's gone. But DeAndre Ayton, Scoot Henderson, Shaedon Sharpe, Anthony Simons, Matisse Thybulle, Tamani Kamara, former Summer League son, Jeremy Grant, Duop Reef, Robert Williams. Like, how many is that? And then I'm sure they got some other guys under contract. They're clearly in rebuild mode. What do they do with Jeremy Grant? Is DeAndre Ayton still in their plans? Maybe they are going to do like a Twin Towers thing with Ayton and Donovan Clingan. Maybe Jeremy Grant gets traded and they can knock off some of that salary, and I don't know, like a lot of questions with Portland. I'm not sure. I don't think Malcolm Brogdon, who just got traded to Washington, by the way, will stay there, because that's now 2 rebuilding teams that he's been on. I don't know, y'all. Portland, that's confusing. I'm not sure what they're doing. But again, if I'm getting my facts correct, they literally have like over 15 players, or at least 14, under contract. So they might have to make some trades or do something. You can only have 15 players under contract. That doesn't even count for the 3 two-way spots that you're allowed to have. I don't know, y'all. Portland's confusing. We'll see, man. So San Antonio has 2 picks in the first round, or should I say in the lottery. They are picking next. And San Antonio can pretty much do whatever they want because they obviously have Wemby, who looks like the next NBA great. He already is. He had a historic rookie season. And they just drafted one of the best prospects in the draft in Stephen Castle. So curious what they're going to do now. Speaking of the Spurs too, let me see what their second round picks are. Let's see. Hold on. Spurs. So San Antonio has pick 8, which is coming up. This is from Toronto, by the way. This pick, was the Toronto pick. They have 35 and 48, I believe. So they have this pick coming up, pick 8. 35 and 48. And those are their own picks. Jordan says Paul George just started following the Golden State Warriors. No way. Somebody that's cap. I mean, maybe, but I doubt it. I think the Spurs trade this pick for more assets or a proven player. Speaking of that, by the way, don't be surprised if teams like the Spurs, Wizards, who else? Maybe the Hornets kind of make these trades for more assets. I could see that happening. And I'm just confused with what Portland's going to do, man. Like, obviously they're rebuilding. This upcoming season will be what, year 2 of the post Damian Lillard era? But I don't know, man. I don't know what Portland's doing. And if you guys are wondering why I'm looking over here, it's just because I'm watching the draft and all that. So Donovan Clingan goes number 7 overall, I believe. Yeah, 7 overall to Portland. Huh. Interesting. Checking my notifications to see if I missed anything. So real quick, let's see. So, gonna butcher this name again. I always do. But Evan Sedri, or Sidiri, the Portland Trailblazers have stopped Donovan Clingan's slide at number 7. Portland now adds Clingan alongside DeAndre Ayton and Robert Williams in their center rotation. Keep an eye on Williams potentially being on the move soon after sitting out all last season due to an injury. I will just say this. I don't know if Robert Williams would like this, but that's actually a pretty damn good center rotation. Because I don't know if a lot of you guys know about Robert Williams. The dude is a freak of nature. He's a beast. He has had the injury troubles, but he's a monster. He can shot block, catch lobs, good size. But again, the injuries have got him. But think about that. Even if Portland is bad next year and they're fighting for a lottery pick and all that, if they somehow keep Robert Williams and DeAndre Ayton, I don't know if they can afford all of that, but if they do that, man, like your center depth is legit. You have 3 of the best big men. Well, I don't know how Donovan Clingan's going to look, but you have 3 really talented big men as your, centers and all that. So, yeah. So according to Shams, okay, wait a minute. Let's pull up Shams, y'all. We might have a potential trade here. And yes, Shams is live on the whatever show he's on. But San Antonio is selecting Rob Dillingham. Whoa, I just hit my mic. Sorry, y'all. San Antonio is selecting Rob Dillingham at number 8. He could be on the move to Minnesota Sources say. Holy crap. By the way, there's some info on Rob Dillingham, Kentucky guy, 19 years old, 6'1", 164. You guys will kind of notice that I'll get a little more talking about the draft sort of down, like once the lottery's kind of over, because that's where I've sort of done the most homework. Because, like, I talked about this in previous live shows. I'm like, the Suns ain't trading up. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, what the hell? Also, I got scared for I thought the Suns made a trade. I got scared. I saw the Phoenix Suns pop up. I was like, whoa. But the Phoenix Suns announced they will conduct a draft night media availability via Zoom with James Jones. I got scared when I saw that tweet. I was like, whoa. What was I talking about? I don't know what I was talking about. Anyway, oh yeah. So I chose not to do so much draft homework on a lot of the lottery guys because, all right, Adrian Wojnarowski announces that Minnesota has traded the 8th pick and Rob Dillingham. Traded for the 8th pick. Holy crap, the Timberwolves got Rob Dillingham. The Timberwolves team that just beat us in the first round. No, I take that back. The Minnesota Timberwolves team that swept us and pretty much kicked our ass for the most part have just traded for the 8th pick and Rob Dillingham. Holy shit. Dude. What a smart I don't know who they traded, but what a smart trade, at least on paper, for the Wolves. Wow. Wait a minute. What? I'm so confused. I don't know what's going on. Oh, man. Minnesota has traded for the 8th pick and Rob Dillingham? Traded for the 8th pick. That wording is weird. I don't know what. That's weird, man. I don't know. Timberwolves got a point guard to take over Mike Conley as their point guard of the future, offensive gun. The ESPN guys just said, forget microwave. He's an air fryer small. Yeah, that's probably the only thing I know about Rob Dillingham is that he can score, and he is a point guard. And here's why this is smart. Again, I don't know who the Wolves traded yet. Here's why this is smart. Because, yeah, thank you, JV. I appreciate that. He says, I think Woj meant to say, quote, 8th pick and Rob Dillingham means they told the Spurs to select him. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. So, what I like about what Minnesota just did was obviously they have Anthony Edwards, who's like 24, 25, Rudy Gobert, Jaden McDaniels, et cetera, et cetera. So I like this pick for them because they can still add to this core while contending and being a playoff team. You know what I mean? So that's a huge move. Now, Woj just announced who they traded for, and it looks like, here, the Timberwolves are trading a 2031 unprotected first round pick and a protected 2030 pick swap for the Spurs. So the Spurs get 2 picks, 2 future picks, one of them unprotected. What a trade. So the T-Wolves get Rob Dillingham And the Spurs get 2 more picks to add to their young core and Wemby and Stephen Castle. Grizzlies just got Zach Edey, by the way. I think I like that for the Grizzlies, because that was probably their fallback guy, because teams have like maybe not the Phoenix Suns, because James Jones doesn't care about the draft, but the Phoenix Suns, or not the Phoenix Suns, a lot of teams have like a draft board, like an actual board where they can put players' names up, write players' names. So I'm confident in saying that for the Grizzlies, it was probably Donovan Clingan, Zach Edey. Zach Edey was their backup plan. And I think I like that for them. Jaren Jackson Jr., Zach Edey, Desmond Bane, Ja Morant. Okay, so Jake Fisher, also confirms the trade. Minnesota had 2 available first to trade, 2024 and 2031. So the Timberwolves, I believe, still have. Do they still have their 2 picks in this draft? Because they have picks 27 and 37. So Timberwolves are selecting Zach Edey at 9. Timberwolves are trading a 2031. Yep. Okay, so that's in. Okay. Wow. Interesting. I wonder this too. Let's talk about the Suns for a minute. Remember earlier when I got scared and I thought like the Suns made a deal? Like I said, if you missed it, the Suns announced that they'll conduct a draft night media availability via Zoom with James Jones. We don't know what time it will be. I wonder if that means the Suns are going to keep their pick. Because why would James Jones do a media thing if he wasn't going to take a pick? You know what I mean? I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier. And let's see what's going on here. Okay. I was just reading something. Let me know in the comments, y'all. Do you guys think that the Suns are going to make a pick tonight, especially with James Jones, who is doing a media availability? I can't talk. With James Jones talking in the media after the draft, do you? Oh, there we go. Sorry. One of those presidential ads was playing in the background. Let me know if you guys think that the Suns are going to make a pick or not. I'm going to put it in the YouTube chat right now so you guys can go. If you're watching along live, I'm going to put it in the chat. Give me a second here, you guys. Let me mute. Okay, the poll is live. Go vote on it right now. Do you think the Phoenix Suns will make a pick at 22 overall, especially now that we know that James Jones is going to be talking to? I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier. There was just so much going on. Wow. The Jazz are making a pick, and they're going to pick Cody Williams, who is the younger brother of what's his name? I'm blanking out, but the Jalen Williams from the Oklahoma City Thunder. Let's see. It's easier to cancel a media availability than it is to set one up, because you ended up making a pick when you thought you would trade out of picking. That's why it's scheduled. I don't think it says much. I don't know, man. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, if they weren't going to make a pick, like, I don't know. Like, James, I don't know. I get what you're saying. I do, but like, I don't know if I fully agree with it. My dog wants in, so give me a second here, you guys. My dog is being crazy right now. Hold on, guys. Can you guys hear my dogs fighting in the background again? I'm not even going to apologize for it. That's just a common thing here on Suns Geek. This is just this is just a reminder. This is your reminder to drink more water. Oh, you just did. Good work. You know what? This is everybody's reminder to stop what you're doing and go drink some water, please. Cheers. I think when the Suns make their pick, I'll drink the water out of this awesome Suns thing, whatever you call it. Mug? I don't know. Okay, let's talk about Chicago. Oh boy, let's talk about Chicago. First off, tomorrow, I think I'm going to have friend of the channel on, Super Mario Hoops, who's a big Bulls fan, who really knows the game. And not only that, he knows a lot of NBA history. And I will say this about the Bulls. First off, I was really frustrated with them for a long time because they had so much like potential. And in all fairness to them, if they would have stayed healthy, maybe they would not be rebuilding, which I think that's what they're doing. Like if Lonzo stayed healthy, Zach LaVine, etc., maybe we'd be having a different conversation. So I'll give them that. But I was so frustrated with them because I think it's their like president of basketball operations, the whoever's running their team. I forgot his name. I can't even pronounce his name. He was so stubborn. And I believe he even went on record and said, we're not going to trade. We're not going to make any trades. We're going to keep running it back. However, that all changed a couple months ago. And I will give him credit. He did a press conference. You can go watch it on the Bulls YouTube channel right now. I'll give him credit. He owned up to everything. And he legit said, hey, this isn't working. And we need, like he said, I need to make better moves. We need to be better, blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, bam, Alex Caruso traded. Zach LaVine possibly traded. There's already rumors swirling that DeMar DeRozan may not be back. What happens with Nikola Vucevic? Do the Bulls sort of just retool around Kobe White and Ayo Dosunmu and all those other guys? I don't know. So it looks like the Bulls are keeping their pick, and I'm going to butcher this name too. Matthias Buzelis. Is that how you say that? The Bulls are focusing in on Matthias Buzelis at pick number 11. So again, we'll dive deeper into a full Bulls talk tomorrow with Super Mario Hoops. And we'll talk all things NBA with him. But again, I was really frustrated with the Bulls for a long time because they had all the potential in the world and they just weren't that good. And I'm glad that finally that their president of basketball ops has pretty much said that they're going to rebuild. They're going to blow it up. Well, he pretty much said that without actually saying it. So yeah. By the way, y'all, we got 187 people in here, y'all. Do me a huge favor, y'all. Crush that like button. Share the show. We passed the 1 hour mark. We got a little bit of coffee left. We got 3 things of water. We got my dogs in here. We got some hats that we're going to try on and put on throughout the show. It's going to be a good show, y'all. And again, you guys know I'm my own biggest critic with my channel and how I do these live shows. I do want to apologize for how the show started, but we're good now. We're good. We got things going here. We got some trades that went down. We're getting into conversation. We're doing good, y'all. And again, I know there's like a million draft shows that are going on with draft experts and people who really know this stuff, but the fact that y'all are with me, riding with me, you guys are real ones, man. Especially everybody who's active in the chat. You know what? Let me shout y'all out real quick. We got Wordsmith in here. Got my guy JV. Appreciate you being here, man. Jordan, thank you so much for being here. He says Michael Jordan was drafted 40 years ago today. That's crazy. Who else is in here? Let's see. My guy Casey doing some behind the scenes producing. Appreciate you being here, man. Again, shout out to my guy Casey, who was nice enough. I'll play it for like 5 seconds. Who was nice enough to make me this new intro card. So here's like 5 seconds of that in case you missed it. Let me lower this comment too before we do that. Check this out. This is my guy Casey who made this for me. Pretty badass, right? You guys saw the how the jersey numbers were in there and all that. Michael Romero is in here. I hope I said your last name right. Eddie's in here. Who else is in here? Big Merc 83. Appreciate you being here, man. I agree with your comment, by the way. Watch how many dudes slide down. There's already lots of players following in the draft. Nathaniel's in here. We got lots of people in here, y'all. Let's see here. Sorry, guys. Sometimes it takes a while for the comments to refresh. Jalapanya, did I pronounce? I probably totally butchered that. Please forgive me. 23. So shout me out, Suns Geek. Appreciate you being here, man. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Wordsmith says, crush that like button. Seriously, you guys, crush the like button. Whether you're watching on Twitter or Facebook or YouTube, please crush that like button. It seriously helps me out, you guys, because YouTube will see that. They'll know I'm doing a good job around here. They'll push out my content to more people. And seriously, you guys, just it would really help me out, you guys. And it's funny too, because like I really do want you guys to subscribe because we're on the road to 10,000 subscribers, which I'm grateful for. Trust me, I am. But like, I would rather, in a weird way, no, how do I say this? I want you guys to subscribe, but the best way to support the channel at the end of the day is just to keep watching. Just keep watching. That's all it is, y'all. Mary 16, I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. She says, appreciate the stream geek. I appreciate you guys. You guys are willing to put up with my technical difficulties. You're willing to put up with my dogs freaking out in the background. You're willing to put up with me being all over the place with my thoughts about the draft and teams and all that. And you guys are awesome. You guys are just, I seriously love all of you guys. Did the Lakers draft Bron yet? No, because the Suns are going to draft him. By the way, Mark Stein tweeted out earlier that the Suns still have interest in Bronny James. I'll pull that up in a minute, y'all. Suns, Jen, I appreciate you being here. Thanks for all you do. Go Suns. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Michael Romero with the $2 super chat. Suns need to get Bronny. So let's do that real quick, y'all. Let me pull that up. I believe it was Mark Stein. Actually, you know what? I'll just, because I think I retweeted it. By the way, OKC. Ooh, I like that for OKC. Before we talk about what OKC is doing, which, by the way, I won't keep you guys waiting. They are drafting, or they're poised to draft Nikola Topic. Yeah, so Shams confirms it. Oklahoma City is selecting Nikola Topic, number 12 overall. More thoughts on that in a minute. But let's talk about Bronny James for a second. Let me find the tweet too. Where did it go? Here we go. So according to Mark Stein, and this was tweeted out like a few hours ago, my dog's chewing on my shirt. Okay, cool. According to Mark Stein, from the Stein line, he's got his Substack and all that, covers the NBA, great stuff. The Phoenix Suns are still interested in Bronny James and could select him in the draft. Quote, the Suns, by the way, continue to be mentioned as a team with interest in drafting Bronny James, who is projected, as a second round selection in Thursday's portion of the draft. Eye emoji. Jordan says, if the Lakers don't take Bronny at 17, he is ours at 22. I don't know. Maybe there's a scenario where the Suns trade back. I don't know. Hold on, y'all. Let's see what's going on here. Ooh. Whoa, okay. Hold on. Not Suns related, but this is still interesting. Thank you, Casey, for sharing that. Real quick, let me just pull this up. So Jason Anderson, who covers the Sacramento Kings, he's a beat writer for the Sacramento Bee, is being told that the Sacramento Kings are still engaged in trade talks involving the number 13th pick. Two names that he's hearing right now: Washington Wizards forward Kyle Kuzma and Brooklyn Nets forward Cameron Johnson. Holy crap. Yo, okay. So I told y'all I was going to have some guests on at some point in the show, but we got to get somebody who actually follows this team, somebody who is a Kings fan and also is helping us produce this show and is doing great work behind the scenes. Casey, how you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm just working on some things. I happen to catch that being a Kings fan. I'm like, oh, that's interesting with Cameron Johnson, former Sun.
Holy crap!
Whose twin just got traded to the Knicks. So,
yep. Wow. Well, first off, Casey, thank you for again helping produce behind the scenes and everything. I appreciate it. Sorry again if the show sort of got off to a rough start, but we're good now. We're good now. We're doing good.
We're gliding. We're getting through it.
Yeah, we're getting through it, man. So you as a Kings fan, what are your thoughts on this? Because I have some thoughts. I'm just saying I like it for both sides, but what do you think, man?
I might be one of the few Kings fan that doesn't like Kuzma. I feel like Kuzma is a little overrated in my opinion. I'm just gonna say that now. I like Cameron Johnson's game. He's not one of the guys that's trying to be the star. Like he fills in where he needs to be. Kuzma, I think he's too trying to be that guy, and if he goes to Sacramento, he's not gonna be that guy. It's gonna be a whole situation. He'll get everything. So I would like Cam Johnson over Kuzma, but what do you think, Geek? What's going on with you? What are your thoughts?
So I guess to an extent, I see where a lot of fans think Kyle Kuzma's overrated. But real quick, oh wait, never mind. I thought something was happening. Let's just say, I doubt this happens, but let's just say it's the 13th pick for Kyle Kuzma. That's kind of a steal, in my personal opinion. They might have to throw in like a salary match there. Not sure how all that works. They might have to throw in a salary match there. But if they get a guy like Cameron Johnson, Kings fans would love Cameron Johnson.
This game's amazing.
Dude, lights out shooter, great guy for the locker room, great with the media, very, very smart, and a humble guy. And I feel like, and I've been saying this since when we drafted him, when we had him, an underrated defender. He's not a lockdown defender. He's not Mikal Bridges, but he's a good defender. He competes on defense. Yeah. I'm not saying Kyle Kuzma doesn't, but I think Cam Johnson's the better defender. But again, hypothetically speaking here, if the Kings somehow trade the 13th pick, which I don't think you guys really need the 13th pick, and you get one of Kyle Kuzma or Cameron Johnson, holy crap, that's a steal. And hopefully you guys can have a better year, make the playoffs, have another sort of light the beam year. Because last year was obviously a disappointment.
Light the beam, Kings all day. Yeah, hey, we beat the Warriors. That's all I really care about. Like we beat them, we eliminated them from any playoff contention. So you know what? It was a win for me in this year. So
true, yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I'm all good.
Shout out to Jason Anderson, man. That is huge. I retweeted that so fast. Whoa, what's going on here? Whoa. Sorry.
No worries.
But yeah, Casey, thank you so much for co-producing here. And the Kings just made their pick, according to Shams.
Oh.
But it could always get traded. We've seen that before.
Yeah.
Maybe they're making this pick for Washington or Brooklyn. I don't know. They're drafting Devin Carter, by the way, who, we're going to talk about him later in the draft. Ryan Dunn is, in my personal opinion, the best defender in this draft, but Devin Carter is probably second. Devin Carter is a dog on defense. Wow. But I don't know. We're going to have to see. I feel like this pick might get rerouted.
We will see.
So Woj says, Kings have had significant trade talks around number 13, but focused on Providence's Devin Carter, sources tell ESPN. Jake Fisher also confirms that Devin Carter is the 13th pick. So you guys are getting a defensive dog if that's true. And
I'm the worst about drafts and stuff, so I don't really know the players as well. So
no, that's okay.
You said, yeah.
Take what I say with a grain of salt because I am far from a draft expert. Because why should I focus on the draft when the Suns may not even take a pick? But trust me, from what I know, from what I've read, seen the highlights, he is a defensive dog. Let's see if Jason Anderson confirms any of this. Nope, he hasn't tweeted since. But man, I really would have loved Cam Johnson for you guys. That is tough.
I would have liked it as well. Yeah.
But who knows? I will say, though, I think Kings fans are going to like Devin Carter. I get that vibe. But now the question is, you guys have Davion Mitchell, who's also a defensive dog. I know he was kind of in and out of the rotation last year.
Yeah.
You got De'Aaron Fox. I'm like, I wonder if the Kings are up to something.
You also got Keon Ellis as a backup there, too.
Oh, that's my boy right there.
I remember you liked him, yeah.
Dude, I love it. He played so good for you guys in the play-in tournament and prior to the play-in tournament. Oh, yeah. Man.
Definitely got his name out there, so, yeah. I'm like refreshing, see any updates.
Yeah, Evan Sidiri says
Sidiri.
the Kings are sticking and picking. the, the Kings are sticking and picking Devin Carter, but they remain a team to monitor throughout the night. I agree with that part. I don't know why he worded it right like that.
Sticking and picking.
Sticking and picking. Oh my god. I'm going to send a text message real quick to somebody.
While he does that, let's talk to you, chat, right now. Let's make sure we're liking the stream. Sun Geeks put a lot of work in. Suns Geek puts a lot of work into this. So smash that like button. Put a comment down what your thoughts are on the draft so far, and yeah, that's all I got.
Thank you, Casey, co-host of the Suns Geek Show.
Now hosting Brandon.
This is a preview, by the way, of tomorrow's show, because I'm like more like laser focused this time, but tomorrow I'm just going to be laid back. We're just going to be chilling. We're going to have guests on. We're going to talk all things NBA. It's going to be a chill show tomorrow, y'all.
I'll probably be drinking a little more. So
yeah, I might have a couple Trulies or something tomorrow. We'll see. Right now, I'm just sticking to coffee and water.
That's smart. I got my water. I got a whole case right here.
I love it.
Well, I'm going to get back to it. I'm going to jump out, but I'll be in.
Cool. You're good, man. I'm just sending a text, y'all. You're good, man. Geek, you think the Suns should draft the nail polish kid? What's his name? Jared McCain or something? Let me make sure I'm getting that right. That's how much I don't know about this draft. The guy from Duke who's like a TikTok star. Jared McCain. I was right. Jared McCain can score. And I don't want to compare him to Kelly Oubre because but I'll compare him in the sense of he doesn't give a crap what people think about him, which is why he's like a TikTok star. And the dude can score. But I don't know what his projection is. I've seen some mock drafts. I think I maybe only saw one mock draft where he was in the lottery. And that's starting to wind down because we're on pick 14. So this pick's going to Washington, by the way. Whoever Portland picks is going to Washington. So we'll see. I like how you call them the nail polish kid. I don't care if it's disrespectful. Throughout his career, I'm going to call him the nail polish kid. I love that. Kelly Oubre is the only one who can do nail polish, y'all, okay? I love that. Cool. So Jake Fisher and Shams Charania are confirming Bub Carrington is going number 14, which this pick will be going to the Washington Wizards. So the Wizards are stockpiling young assets. So guys, in a little bit here, I'm going to get another guest on. And Casey, if you're still watching, you're welcome to join whenever you want. We're going to get a friend of the channel on who knows a lot more college basketball than I do. And there's a few special topics that I want to talk with our friend about. If you're an OG of this channel, my friend Ben Parker was doing a couple shows with me here and there back in the day. We'll talk about that, but this was like when I had like 100 subscribers. That's how long ago he was on the channel. So I'm going to send a quick text message to him real quick. By the way, you guys, just so you know, the draft lottery. Well, yeah, I guess it's the draft lottery. The draft lottery part is about to end. And then there's 15 more picks after that because this is only 30 for round one. And again, we're going to be live tomorrow. Going to be much more of a relaxed show. It's going to be fun. So, and again, once we start getting to like the 20s, I feel like I'll have like a lot more draft analysis and insight because I know a lot more of those picks. So, yeah, so my friend Ben Parker is going to be joining me in a minute here. And then maybe later, maybe we'll open up like the phone lines and maybe some of y'all can join in. I'm actually going to send another invite to some other Suns people who y'all might know, see if anybody can make it. Let me just send that out real quick. Gonna go on mute for a second here, you guys. All right, y'all, I'm back. I got a couple invites sent out. Oops, I actually got it. Oh, okay, I did send that. Cool. Okay. So yeah, in a minute here, y'all, we're going to be joined by friend of the channel, Ben Parker, who and we'll get his insight and all that, but he covers sports over at Standford University. But I can't wait to talk to him about it. He covered Jaylen Brown, finals MVP during his freshman year. So he's going to be joining us. And there's some other prospects I want to talk to him about and get his insight about. So he's going to be joining us soon. By the way, y'all, we are an hour and a half in. So please, guys, crush that like button. Keep watching the show. Share the show. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, Boyd, if you want to join, check the little group chat we're in. If you want to join Boyd from the Aussie Suns Fans, I'll send you an invite. Let me know the best place to send it, Boyd. I'm sorry. I don't know why that this is my kind of humor. The nail polish guy. I don't know why. I just find that's so funny. Oh my god. Speaking of that, y'all, another friend of the channel, Romp 2.0, formerly known as Official Romp. He called me earlier. We were chatting, talking the draft. And Romp keeps it really, he's like me. He keeps it optimistic on his channel, or channels, I should say. Go subscribe to Romp, by the way. But he said this: he doesn't want Jared McCain for the Sixers, who, by the way, in a couple picks, they're going to make their pick in a couple picks from now if they don't trade it. He said he doesn't want the nail polish guy. He doesn't want Jared McCain. And I was talking to him about it. And I was like, in my personal opinion, like, oh, speaking of Jared McCain, he's going to get drafted per Jake Fisher by the Miami Heat. You just saw it there, y'all. But I guess that doesn't matter anymore. But I was like, the Sixers don't need Jared McCain because they already have Tyrese Maxey, maybe Kelly Oubre if they decide to bring him back. They have enough scorers on their team. They don't need another scorer. I think that's why Romp didn't want Jared McCain with the Sixers. But yeah, according to Jake Fisher, y'all, the Miami Heat are going to draft him. And I kind of like that for them. Now, again, I'm not a Jared McCain expert, far from it. But according to Jake Fisher, I like how the news kind of got quiet, y'all. Do you notice there was like a lot of things going on, and then like a few minutes ago, the news kind of slowed down a little bit. I wonder if things are brewing. I wonder if deals are going down. Because Shams hasn't tweeted much. Woj hasn't tweeted much. So the Miami Heat are getting Jared McCain. Now, they just extended Bam Adebayo. They gave him a deal. So now the question is, what's going on with Jimmy Butler? And maybe some people are going to look more into it than others. But like, did you guys see Pat Riley's like end of the year press conference, how he kind of called out Jimmy Butler a couple of times? Like, maybe Butler's future is not secure, like, I don't know. The Heat weren't as good this season. I don't know, y'all, like, but the Heat are getting a scorer in Jared McCain from Duke. And the news is getting quiet, y'all. It's getting quiet. So I wonder if there's things that are going on. Oh, wow. So Jordan was right. Paul George is following the Warriors now. It's interesting. I thought that was Cap at first. By the way, you want to see Devin Booker's new colorway for his shoes? Check that out, y'all. Let me lower the banner and let me lower myself so y'all can see it. Give me a second here, y'all. This is Devin Booker's new colorways for his shoes. Let me lower this so you guys can actually see it. That's good. That looks better. There you go. Yeah, Devin Booker. I think these are called like grape or something like that, if I saw them correctly. Devin Booker's new colorways. I like those. Okay, this might be a little bit of a hot take. I'm not the biggest fan of Devin Booker's shoes, but I like them. And hopefully next season he plays better in them and we have a better season so they can have more, sentimental value. But maybe it's because I don't own a pair. That's probably why I'm not a big fan of them. But we are about to be joined by a friend of the channel. And as I was saying earlier, Ben was with me back when I had like 100 subscribers. We're going to dive kind of into a little history lesson here. So I'm going to bring on Ben Parker, who covers sports at Standford. And Ben, how you doing, my brother? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. How's it going, man? Long time no see, my friend.
It's been a long time, but it's good to be back on here. And I decided which hat to wear. So I'm a Jazz guy, that. So New Orleans Jazz hat here I've got, but it's going good.
That's good, man. The hat looks good. Hopefully everything is going well for you, my brother. Ben, do you want to kind of properly introduce yourself? I kind of gave them the rundown and all that and told them, who you are and what you do, but do you want to give them the full context and properly introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. So I'm with Rivals.com. I cover the Stanford Cardinal for Rivals.com over at CardinalSportsReport.com. And I've been with Rivals.com for a number of years. I previously covered Cal basketball for Rivals as well over at GoldenBearReport.com. Brandon remembers that. And then I made the switch to cover Stanford and run their Stanford site. So it's been fun. But yeah, that's me. I think one of the things that we were kind of discussing before the show a little bit was I covered Jaylen Brown, who became NBA Finals MVP. I covered him his freshman year at Cal. That was my first year on the Cal beat. My first year with Rivals, I got to cover Jaylen Brown. And so it's been really cool to kind of see him kind of progress and become the player that he is today and becoming Finals MVP. I mean, wow, I didn't see that coming. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, man. Seeing Jaylen Brown's growth has been incredible, man. Just seeing that he's become a multiple-time All-Star, one of the best two-way players in the league. Smart dude, humble dude. And I always brag about that to people. I'm like, my friend Ben covered Jaylen Brown at Cal his freshman year. But it's cool, man. It's awesome that you were there and you were able to, cover him, I'm assuming pretty much almost daily in a way for a decent amount of time, and how special that is for you, man.
Yeah, it was very special. And yeah, I got to be with him I got to watch him practice a few times. I remember I got some early exposure to him because the way the NCAA works is if you take a foreign trip to a foreign country to play basketball, you can get like 10 extra days of practice in. It's a rule.
Nice.
So teams every few years can take a trip. I think Stanford has one come. They just took one. Stanford men just took one last year to France and Greece and everything. I think the women's team for Stanford is visiting Italy this coming year, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, but basically you get 10 extra practices in, and so as a result of that, I got to kind of go to some kind of interview Jalen before they took the Australia trip in August. And normally you wouldn't start interviewing basketball players until like October. So I got to kind of get to know him a little earlier in August. And so I got to watch him practice. Dude was very, very focused. He was a guy that was always taking extra shots in practice and really was serious about his craft. And that's how he got to where he is.
That's awesome, man. Thank you for that insight, man. It's just so cool to see, not only him becoming a multiple-time All-Star, like I said, one of the best two-way players in the league, but I was low-key rooting for the Celtics. You and I were texting about that. I was posting all over Twitter about that, and we can talk more about the Celtics whenever they make their pick, but just the fact that they won the championship, they're one of the best teams in the league. They've been one of the best teams in the league since they drafted Jaylen Brown. It's crazy because I remember putting out a tweet. Ever since they drafted Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, they've made the playoffs every single year. 6 different Eastern Conference Finals trips, 2 NBA Finals, and an NBA championship. And they've won like 413 regular season games or something like that. Absolutely insane. It's so cool that you covered him and all that. So real quick, Ben, I'm sure you've been following along. I'm sure you've been watching the draft. And we'll get your thoughts on some previous picks and moves. And we'll obviously get your thoughts on other picks that are going to be happening. There was a little bit of confusion. I thought the Miami Heat were drafting I totally just forgot his name right now. The guy from Duke, McCain, Jaron McCain, whatever his name is. That's how much I don't really know about the top of this draft. But they selected Kel Ware at number 15. That was weird. Jake Fisher was the one that apparently had it. And then Shams confirmed that they're selecting Kel Ware, who I was late to the Kel Ware party. There were lots of Suns fans that were like, dude, we need to draft this guy. We need to get Kel Ware. And I was late to it. But I see why Suns fans would have been thrilled to have him. Because the dude is a beast, and now he's going to be teaming up with Bam Adebayo. Like, man, he's an athletic freak. I know he's kind of a project player in a way, but, man, he is an athletic freak. Do you know much about Kel Ware? Do you have any thoughts on him? And, again, it was sort of a weird situation. I thought they were drafting Jaron McCain or Jaron, whatever his name is, McCain from Duke.
Yeah.
But they ended up with Kel Ware.
Yeah, let me just kind of look up a little. The name, I know who he is.
Yeah,
Kel Ware. Yeah,
I can give you while you're looking that up. I can give you some of the notes that I wrote on him. 7'1", averaged 16 points per game last year, nearly 10 boards, 1.5 assists, by the way, nearly 2 blocks. Athletic big men who can finish at the rim, make plays at the rim too. Pick and roll a little bit, has good touch, shot blocker, lob threat. He's got length. He's got a 7'5" wingspan, 9'4" standing reach, man. And I'll pull up a graphic real quick too on him while you're talking. I'll pull up a little graphic on him. Let me see here. So this comes from Bucknell Sports Analytics. And as you can see, this graphic is I'll pull it up in a second here. this graphic is definitely analytics based, but here's a little more information on Kel Elware. This is why Suns fans were like so high on him. The tweet says, a guy I'm high on for the draft is Kel Elware, just turned 20, as I mentioned. 7'1", 7'4" wingspan. I thought it was 7'5". Showed great improvement last season. Great rim finisher, 42% from three. Although I don't think that was at a very high volume.
Right.
Great rebounder, rim protector. I think we'll all look back and wonder, how is he ranked so low? Should be a top 10 pick. So Kel Elware, Miami Heat to partner up with Bam Adebayo.
Yeah, and the interesting one, Kel Elware, I was kind of looking up his Rivals profile. He was previously at Oregon and then transferred to Indiana. And out of high school, he was rated a 5-star recruit by Rivals. Out of high school, he went to North Little Rock High School, and he was out of high school was listed at 7 feet 215. But yeah, he was a 5-star. Rivals, we rated him as a 5-star recruit. Verbally committed to Oregon, and then about a year ago and change ago, he transferred to Indiana, and obviously that worked out really well for him. Probably is that, one of the interesting things is this transfer portal and how college basketball players are able to kind of transfer to new schools and new environments, and that's obviously an example of a transfer that works out really, really well. I thought that was interesting. But yeah, the name definitely rang a bell. Because I remember kind of following his recruitment through high school a little bit. I was just checking to see if I interviewed him. I never did. But he committed to Oregon and then transferred to Indiana, and boom. So, good for him. Miami just took him, you said?
Yeah. So Miami just took nail polish boy. That's the inside joke that's going on here. We had a conversation about that. Jared McCain from Duke is going to the Philadelphia 76ers. Now, I don't know if you caught, when I sent you the invite, I was talking about this. My friend Romp, who's friend of the channel, big Sixers fan, covers the Sixers with his channel called Sixers Talk with Romp. Great friend of the channel and everything. I was literally on the phone with him for like 30 minutes earlier today. We were talking about the draft. We were talking about a lot of prospects. He did not want Jared McCain, and they just drafted him. So he's probably not very happy right now, but I don't know what Philly's doing. I don't know what Daryl Morey and the Sixers are doing, but I do know this, Ben. I don't know how much you've been following the Sixers. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to remove you, but Sixers have a lot of cap space. They're obviously going to extend Tyrese Maxey, who's an incredible scorer, great player, all-star in this league. Joel Embiid's not going anywhere. I could see them bringing back Kelly Oubre. But it's like, what do you do with the salary cap stuff? Do you make a trade or a sign-in trade with Brandon Ingram? I don't know. And maybe I'm wrong here. I said they didn't need scoring, but maybe that's what they'll get with McCain here from Duke. I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a curious decision. Kind of looking up his stats a little bit. Jared McCain here from Duke. It was a very solid scorer as a freshman with the Blue Devils. 14.3 points per game. So the guy can put the ball in the basket. Did against a good schedule too. 8.36 according to Sports Reference schedule. Very good foul shooter, 88.5%. That's something I like to see. And he shot 41.4% from deep on 5.8 attempts a game. So he, not only is he a good 3-point shooter, but he's able to shoot, a lot of threes and make them. And then, as far as out of high school, he went to Centennial High School in the Las Vegas area and was rated as a 5-star shooting guard by Rivals, which is cool. And Duke, he, committed to Duke in March of 2022. So he was verbal pretty early to them. The reason that name rings a bell for me was Stanford was looking at him a little bit, and Stanford was trying to get him.
Okay. Thank you for that insight. Thank you.
Yeah, so Stanford offered him. Other schools that are on him as well: Kansas, Louisville, San Diego State, Texas Tech, USC, Washington, and Stanford, and then a couple other, mid-major programs like LMU and Eastern Washington. But he was very highly rated out of high school, 5-star recruit. He was rated 12th in the country overall in his class, and he was the top-rated shooting guard according to Rivals. So, I mean, it's kind of, a lot of these, obviously a lot of these NBA players you find out were rated, right at the top in high school because that's why they're there. But, yeah, he was rated really high. I guess kind of back to the need, I guess, obviously Philadelphia must feel like they could use some more scoring in the backcourt. That's kind of all I can think of. Refresh if I'm wrong, but Tyrese Maxey is still there, right?
Oh yeah, he's going to get extended.
So I think with Tyrese Maxey there, that makes it a little more of a curious pick because Tyrese Maxey is incredibly good, and so I was wondering, like, did he, last I checked, Tyrese Maxey was still there and doing well there. Yeah. Kind of a random fact because Mom follows me on Twitter, Tyrese Maxey. That's kind of really random, really random. Yeah, because he was being recruited out by Cal when I was covering Cal for Rivals, and so I reached out to him, and his mom followed. At least last I checked, she did. But it's been kind of fun to see him do well because I was like, I kind of was following his recruitment a little bit. But yeah, no, I think that obviously Philadelphia must feel like they could use another scoring punch in the backcourt. But I agree with the presence of Tyrese Maxey, bit of an odd pick, but
But hey, how do you win basketball games? You put the ball in the basket. So even though I was kind of against it, even though my guy Romp was against it, maybe that's what Daryl Morey's thinking. I don't know.
Well, and refresh my memory, but what pick are they at here?
We're at Philadelphia's at 16, and right now the Lakers are about to make their pick at 17. So, and I'm checking Twitter. Okay, so Sean.
Yeah, I mean, some of those two.
I'm sorry. Sean Sharania says the Lakers are selecting Dalton Connect at 17. I can't believe Dalton Connect slid this far, man.
Okay.
Yeah. Dalton Connect, I thought was at least going to be a lottery pick.
Yeah, that's a surprise. I agree with you there.
Yeah.
I thought he would have gone a lot sooner than 17.
Yeah. Real quick, I didn't do too much
draft. You never know. Right?
I'm sorry?
No, go ahead. You go on.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. But I didn't do too much draft homework on Dalton Connect because I honestly thought he was going to be a lottery pick. But everything I heard from all these different mock drafts that I watched, content creators who were doing draft coverage were just praising Dalton Connect's game. The dude is a elite scorer and just brings so many great intangibles to the game. But the little notes that I wrote on him, and it's literally just a note here. He's only 23 years old. He's got a strong frame, great shot making ability. Like I said, he's very competitive. Just brings that level of skill and professionalism, very high upside. Like I see the vision here for the Lakers, and I just can't believe he fell this far, man. I don't know that I'm sure there's a lot of other guys that fell too, but man, I don't know that one. But him to the Lakers, LeBron coming back probably if he doesn't come to the Suns. I don't know if you've been following any of that. Probably not going to happen. They didn't draft Bronny at 17. Maybe the Suns trade down and draft Bronny. I don't know. Adam Silver's about to announce the pick right now, even though we already know who it is. And Ben, I'm sorry. I'm just double checking. Are you still with me? We might have lost Ben. That's going to happen, y'all. Ben, if you're still listening, you can come back whenever you're good. So Jake Fisher saying Tristan De Silva, I can't talk. Jake Fisher saying Tristan De Silva to the Orlando Magic 18. Man, I am surprised that picks have not been traded. Teams must have been playing it safe. I wonder if the second round, I wonder if tomorrow or maybe even tonight, that's when teams are going to be like, yeah, we're trading these picks. Man. So the Magic are going to get Tristan De Silva at 22. So one of my favorite follows on Twitter, Zona or formerly known as Zone Hoops, AZ Sports Zone, says players who are still available for Phoenix at 22. Tyler Kolek, my boy. Ryan Dunn, my boy. And Yves Misi at 22. Those are the guys we could draft if the Suns don't trade the pick. Hey, Ben, welcome back.
Yeah.
It's okay if you cut it, man. It's going to happen.
Yeah. My Wi-Fi's a little weird up here, but
no, it's okay, man.
Make do what we got.
Speaking of that, I know I don't want to get too personal, but where are you currently? Like, are you in California? Are you in Utah? Like, where are you at, man?
I'm in California, the Mountain View, so Bay Area. Okay. Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah. Kind of another NBA draft related note. I had a sit down interview with Stanford Spencer Jones a couple weeks ago. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, you texted me about him. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I know little to nothing about him. So educate us.
Yeah, so he's looking to be he's probably not going to get selected. It's possible that he goes late second round. You never know where they go,
especially in this draft.
Yeah, late second. I mean, someone might pick him up, but he's like 6'9", and he can really shoot the ball really, really well. Kind of a stretch forward type. And he played 5 years at Stanford. He could have left Stanford after last year and gotten more money for transferring out, but he decided to come back for one more year and run it back with Stanford. He really talked about kind of loyalty of the program and how much Stanford invested in him. He was a 3-star recruit out of high school, so he wasn't rated very high, and he really kind of wanted to show his support to Stanford for, investing in him and believing in him. He didn't have the kind of season he was hoping to have last year as a fifth-year guy. Kind of went through some wrist issues, kind of underwent wrist surgery. That kind of his wrist kind of hampered his season a bit last year. But he's a really talented shooter, and he's got really good size. And he's also like a pretty solid defender inside and rebounder, can kind of do a couple things there defensively. So he's a guy that I think is somebody to look at in the late second round, and is a guy that might end up helping somebody as a two-way guy or be on an E10 contract, something like that. That's what they were kind of telling him. So that's Spencer Jones. But really a hardworking guy, can shoot the ball, stretch the floor, has good size, pretty athletic, and can defend inside and be a rebounder and physical body. So kind of an interesting kind of late, kind of end of the draft, maybe undrafted free agent type that could be an interesting pickup for somebody.
Thank you so much for educating us, Ben. And real quick, you said a key phrase there. This could be a guy where he gets picked up on a two-way contract, maybe late in the draft. That's where I get really opted. And you could say this about every draft class, whether it's even next year's highly, praised draft class. There's apparently a lot of great players in next year's draft, but even in this draft, man. Now look, let's be real. Some of these second rounders may not even be on an NBA roster, but there could be a scenario like you're saying with Spencer Jones, or maybe some team takes a flyer on him, especially now that NBA teams can have 3 two-way spots. Maybe some team's looking at him and saying, hey, we'll pick you up. We'll get you a two-way contract. I love that, man. I could see a lot of teams doing that. That's sort of in my opinion, and it's different every year, that's sort of news that we're going to hear later in the offseason. Hey, all these two-way contracts are being signed because teams need to fill out their rosters. I love that, man. Especially since you covered this guy and you know him and everything. I'm now a fan, just like I was a fan of Jaylen Brown back in the day when you were covering him. And I was doing my draft homework just in case the Suns drafted him. That's when I became a Jaylen Brown fanboy. But Spencer Jones, man, I'm rooting for him now. I like his story. Thank you for sharing that, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Real quick, just to kind of pick your brain, because I'm big on this. I know a lot of NBA teams are. And I feel like over the years, a lot of NBA teams have focused in on a guy's character. What would you say about Spencer Jones's character since you've covered him? And did you interview him a lot, in person, and or was a lot of this over Zoom or whatever? How did that work?
Yeah, so it was a lot of it was in person. So the most recent interview I had with him, which was on the Stanford campus, we just kind of sat down at a table on campus and just kind of chatted, and I recorded, so that was that. But yeah, in person, I interviewed on my YouTube channel. There was an interview I have with him that I posted before the season. So yeah, I interviewed him in person. Kind of my favorite Spencer Jones memory was after one of the games, he saw that I was kind of eating some red vines in the press room. And he wanted some red vines, so I gave him my red vines.
Let's go. I like this guy already, man. I like red vines too.
That was fun. No, his character is really high, and that's a huge plus for him. A real high character guy that works really hard. Puts in the hours, practices hard. Now in terms of just like character, you like character guys in this draft. He's like right at the top of character. Very hardworking, serious, studious guy. Yeah, so he's the real deal in the character department, without a doubt. And I think you're right. That's an important thing that teams do look for in players.
That's great, man. I appreciate that insight, man. Thank you for sharing that with us. So, Ben, real quick, just to let you know, as the draft keeps rolling on here, probably going to get a few more guests on that will be joining us. My friend Casey is sort of co-hosting / producing in the background here. I anticipate that we're going to have a lot more viewers and stuff going on by the time the Suns make a pick. Not that YouTube's all about the views, but we already got over 200 people in here, which is awesome. Because I straight up told my audience multiple times, I'm like, I do not really know this draft class because why should I? Like the Suns they only have one pick, and our owner and GM have come out multiple times and said that they view picks as trade assets. But I kind of feel like something might be cooking because James Jones is going to be speaking to the media after the draft. So I wonder if that means we're going to make a pick. You know what I mean?
Refresh my memory, where are they picking again?
22. Suns got pick number 22. Now, just to refresh your memory again, we have no picks next year. We have like a pick swap in 2026. It's like every other year we have a pick pretty much. Unless we make a trade, maybe the Suns trade down and make a pick tomorrow, which again, like I told you, you're invited tomorrow, by the way. And we could do a whole show tomorrow. I'm going to have other guests on. We're going to have a member from the Aussie Suns Fans podcast join us soon. But yeah, just like I said, this is kind of an improvised show. And I can't wait for a certain player to be drafted who I know you can really tell us about, just like you did with Spencer Jones. Can't wait for Jalen Tyson to get drafted. I hope he gets drafted. I thought he would have been off the board by now. Well, we can talk about him later.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, man, still lots of picks. And speaking of that, hold on. Let me just see. I'm going to check something out. So real quick, Toronto's going to select Jacoby Walter at 19. But let me see who's still on the board here. I'm just going to kind of scroll for a second. You know what? I'm going to pick your brain. I'm going to kind of put you on the spot while I'm researching this. Have there been any picks, like sort of like the Dalton Connect one, or maybe Zach Edey? Have there been any picks that you've been surprised of so far in the draft? Or do you just have any draft insight, like from what we've seen so far? And while you're talking about that, I'm going to do some homework. Then we're going to bring on a guest from the Aussie Suns Fans podcast. And you're still, you'll still be with us too, Ben. But give us your draft thoughts, man, so far. Like any picks surprised you?
Yeah, let me kind of
get the recap. I know it's a little tricky because there's been a lot going on in this.
Yeah, there has. Let me make sure I'm getting this all right here.
That's okay. Get it right, because again, some names that probably should have been drafted by now. I hope the Suns draft either Tyler Kolek or Ryan Dunn.
Yeah.
Isaiah Collier hasn't been drafted yet. Terrence Shannon Jr. hasn't been drafted. Baylor Shireman hasn't been drafted. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. Who else did you notice hasn't been drafted?
Let's see. Baylor Shireman from Creighton, the senior. Tyler Kolek, Johnny Furphy, Yves Me. I could go I'm literally just looking at a list of guys that have not been drafted.
Yeah, you mentioned Jalen Tyson. That's an interesting one. He's a guy that I could see going late first round. Possibly he could go tonight, or very early tomorrow. So Jalen Tyson, and we'll talk more about him.
Yeah, I can't wait for that conversation.
Once he gets picked, whoever picks him. Now, two guys jump out at me, and now I'm kind of looking at the list here. So the Utah Jazz, I just see they drafted. They drafted Cody Williams of Colorado, freshman.
I love that pick for them, by the way.
Yeah. No, he's a really talented kid. Really talented kid. Sometimes I saw him play live. I'm trying to remember if they came to Stanford this past year, Colorado. I'm trying to think. All right, regardless, I don't think, for some reason, I want to say they did not come to the farm. I don't think they did. But no, he's very, very athletic, passes the eye test, your prototypical wing player. Kind of a almost kind of a
like his brother.
What?
Like his brother?
Yes. Yeah. No, he's very much a prototypical just kind of wing player. But he's very, very talented, very athletic. He's a guy that still has a lot of basketball to learn, I think, as all freshmen. But the physical tools are very exciting for Cody Williams. So I think for Utah, it's a good pick. I agree with you. I like that a lot, actually. And the other one that stands out to me is Tristan Da Silva, going 18 to the Magic. His brother Oscar played at Stanford and was a 4-year standout player at Stanford. Stanford actually named one of their associate head coach position is named after him, the Oscar Da Silva associate head coach at Stanford. So it's an endowed coaching position named after his brother. So his brother was a real star at Stanford and his brother's now playing overseas in the EuroLeague for one of the major European teams. But he comes from a basketball family. Brother played at a high level in college, and he's in the NBA. But Tristan Da Silva, a very talented forward that can kind of stretch the floor, and has got tremendous size at 6'8", and then a senior, so 4-year player in college, and he's from Germany, which is kind of interesting. So very
okay.
Yeah. So that's a good pick for Orlando. For those that don't know much about him, that's a really nice pickup for Orlando. I think at 18, and I think he's got a chance to be really good. And then Zach Edey going to the Grizzlies is interesting. I'm just kind of curious to see where he ends up because he's such a throwback big man and is very different than kind of where the NBA is going. But you obviously can't teach that size. And he's really very good around the rim. So I think he's going to be good. But I feel like in past drafts, he would have gone a lot higher. But the fact that he went 9, I think kind of says something about the direction the NBA has gone a little bit, that he wasn't your first or second pick. It's more of a guard forward league now than a big man league. But I think nonetheless, I think he was a really nice pickup for Memphis that took Zach Edey. But yeah, those are 3 that stand out to me, and a couple of them are former Pac-12 players. May the Pac-12 rest in peace. We can discuss that in a different show. Yeah. So.
So with Zach Edey going to Memphis, when I was live reacting to that, I was like, are they kind of going to do like a quote Twin Towers kind of thing with like him and Jaren Jackson? And I said that about Donovan Clingan as well, going to Portland with DeAndre Ayton. I was like, are they going to do like a Twin Towers kind of thing? But I like that pickup for Zach Edey. And I also said, real quick, Adrian Wojnarowski says Cleveland has Jalen Tyson on top of the board, sources said. That's from Woj.
Okay, so he might be getting picked very soon because they're picking 20th.
Yes, exactly. That's like I think next.
Okay. Have the Raptors made a pick yet?
Yeah, they picked I literally just saw it. Who did they pick? They picked Jacoby Walter from Baylor.
Okay. Yeah.
Real quick, just to finish my thought on Zach Edey and what the Grizzlies are doing and all that. I just think Zach Edey was their backup because they really wanted Donovan Clingan. There were so many rumors that they were going to trade for him. They didn't get him. That's all I was saying about Zach Edey. But yeah, let me pull this up real quick for you. Okay, we got even more news. Okay, this is where it's going to get interesting. Let me start with the Woj thing. Woj is saying, hold on, give me a second here. Here we go. Yeah, Woj is saying that Cleveland has Jalen Tyson on top of their board. Let me just share the screen so you guys can see it. I'm retweeting this so fast. I cannot wait to dive into this pick with you, man. That's going to be such a fun pick. Let me share my screen. I don't know if you guys can see it, but yeah, there it is. Jalen Tyson. Looks like he's on top of the board. But what I was going to say, because Phoenix is about to make their pick in a little bit here, New Orleans is selecting Yves Missi at 21. Shams Charania is saying Pelicans were zoned in on the 7-footer from Baylor, and they need a center.
Okay.
So before we really dive into Jalen Tyson, I do kind of want to see what the Suns do. I got to pull the selfish card.
They're 22nd. Yeah, they're coming right
up. Phoenix is 22nd, and Tyler Kolek's still on the board. Ryan Dunn still on the board. Tyler Smith. Lots of other guys. They haven't traded the pick. I'm surprised with how many teams have played it safe. And Boyd from the Aussie Suns Fans, I'm going to bring him on. Boyd, you can react to it with us when we, make our pick. But I'm just surprised with how many teams have played it safe and haven't made that many trades. We've only had like one trade, I believe, maybe 2 trades actually.
There was one draft recently that felt like there was just a flurry of trades.
I know, right?
I can't remember what year it was.
Boyd, I think you're on mute right now, but Boyd from the Aussie Suns Fans, how you doing, my brother? How you doing, man?
Bloody unreal, mate. How are you? Long time this invite, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I've been meaning to get you guys on my channel because you guys had me on your show. Last time I was live with you guys, I had a lot of alcohol in my system because we just got swept by the Timberwolves. But I do not regret that. I do not regret that show at all.
You're a magnificent drunk, mate. I love it. I love it. So
Boyd is going to be the comedy here, y'all. He's going to be the comedy. Boyd, this is my good friend, Ben Parker. And Ben, this is my friend, Boyd.
Boyd, nice to meet you.
Good friend. Hey, I'm a good friend too. Come on.
Yeah, you're a good friend, man. You're a good friend, bro. You've seen me under the influence, so you're a good friend, man.
Hey, so sorry, what's your name, Mr. Jasmine?
Ben. Yes.
Are you guys trading Walker Kessler? Is he going to move during this draft?
For real? Are you guys going to trade him? Like, that's a good question.
That's very, very possible. That's very possible. I have a kind of what I think of Walker Kessler. Back when I was covering Cal, Brandon Conjun knows this. I wasn't a big fan of Mark Fox and the way he coached Cal, but
I remember that.
It was so terrible. But this ties into Walker Kessler. Mark Fox coached Walker Kessler's brother at Georgia. And so when Walker Kessler was in high school, we all thought that Mark Fox was going to go after Walker Kessler because he coached his brother. There's a familial connection there. And, man, Mark Fox didn't even come close to landing Walker Kessler. And that was kind of one of the first signs of, like, like this guy is not going to but, no, it's been fun.
What do you think Walker Kessler – what do you think the Jazz want for Walker Kessler? Is it a first-round draft pick, or is it someone who can replace him, a rotational piece, or what do you think that they're actually going after?
Well, if they're going to move him, I would think that they would try to get more assets for him. That seems to be Danny Ainge's whole thing.
Yep, I agree with you on that.
Stocking up on assets and draft picks, and that seems what they would do, but I'm not him.
So, 2031 unprotected Phoenix Suns first-round pick and Yusuf Nurkic. Move the needle for you at all?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, that's a ways out.
We're making this official, mate. We're making this official after this live stream. All right.
I mean, if it makes you happy, I would take it.
Jalen Tyson has been drafted, Ben.
And so it's official. He's gone to Cleveland then.
Yes, he is going to Cleveland.
Wow.
We can maybe have a quick discussion and come back to it because in a pick like later.
So
'Cause
that's
New
what
Orleans is next, then it's Phoenix. So I kind of want to.
Let's kind of wait on Tyson, if you will.
Yeah, we'll wait on that. We'll give him his own special. I can't wait to talk about him, by the way. But I'm happy for Cleveland. I'm glad they got Jalen Tyson.
What are your thoughts on Eves Missy, number 21?
I don't really have. Yeah, I don't really have much of it. I don't have much thoughts on it. I don't really see him play much, so I don't really have much of a thought on him, unfortunately.
He's a project, but definitely has the upside there, and there's a lot of upside in this draft. Like you say about like every player, definitely has the upside. Good shot blocker, athletic, good defender, rim rolling, lob threat, but I don't know.
I'm looking at him. Yves Missy, if I'm not mistaken, a friend of mine from Standford sent me a Jalen Tyson. I'll say that in a bit.
I know. I heard your notification go off. I thought it was mine for a minute.
Okay, so one thing about Yves Missy does ring a bell to me because he played at Prolific Prep Academy in Napa, California, which is in the East Bay Area. And for those that don't know, Prolific Prep is a really serious high school basketball academy where guys will go to like really hone their skills. So a lot of really top guys have come through there. But yeah, that's what that name rings a bell for me. He was a real big time get for them when they got him. But yeah, 7 foot, 235, definitely a project type player. But yeah, now that you mention it, I'm trying to think, did I ever interview him? I'm trying to see if I have his phone number. I have Walker Kessler's phone number, but that's neither here nor there. No, I don't. I never interviewed him. But yeah, Yves Missy, though, I remember him being recruited out of high school. Now that you mention it, prolific prep guy. Stanford was looking at him. That's where that name rings. Stanford was looking at him.
So just a heads up. I'm sorry, Ben. Just a heads up.
That's more than enough.
Pelicans have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to make their pick, even though we already know who they're picking. And then it's the Suns. So
yeah, and then I will share my text that my buddy sent me because it ties into Spencer Jones and Jalen Tyson.
Message Walker Kessler and ask him if he likes desert and cactus.
Do it.
Well, that sort of shit. Yeah,
I could do that.
Yeah.
He didn't reply to my text when I texted him, so we're probably not gonna. But no, he's yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Utah does with him for sure.
Well, you could always just send him an invite to this here stream. We'll get some Texas Walker fucking Kessler. Yeah. Let's go.
Just so y'all know, new Cleveland Cavaliers head coach Kenny Atkinson has agreed to a 5-year deal, which I like that hire for them, by the way.
I'm swiping my phone furiously right now.
Yeah, me too.
I'm
just trying to
find out what we're doing. Hey, Bronny, just give me Bronny. Hey, if we take Bronny, we got LeBron. There's been a conversation had already. Obviously, has to have been because he's not going 22 in anyone's on anyone's board.
Yeah, no.
Unless there's a sneaky squirrel handshake in the background. What are your thoughts on that, mate?
Are you talking about me Bronny, or Ben?
Ben. So sorry, Ben.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on a secret handshake with between old teammates James Jones, LeBron James on drafting Bronny and taking a minimum for Phoenix?
It would certainly be interesting. I haven't seen Bronny James play live when he came to Stanford this past year. I don't think he had a particularly strong game. I'm honestly like, I think Bronny James, it's sort of like, I covered Peja Stojakovic's son, Andre, last year when he was at Stanford. And you got some guys who have more hype because of the last name on the back of their jersey, right? Because of who their dad is, and Peja's son, Andre, is one of those guys who I think is a bit overhyped because he's got the last name Stojakovic. And I think Bronny James is another case where he's a little overhyped because who his dad is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's definitely the case.
That's definitely the case with him, and it's the case with Andre Stojakovic as well. So, yeah, I mean, I guess if I was the Phoenix Suns, I would pick Ronnie James just to get LeBron to come play for you for a year, if that's what you're asking.
Even given our really sort of our narrow window, you would say in Phoenix for a championship for that.
LeBron's getting so old that I just don't know how much. I just don't. Yeah, it's just to me, I wouldn't do that if I was them. But
Okay.
that's something like a college team would do. Like you're gonna hire the parent of a guy to be a coach so you can recruit their son. I don't know. It's like that in reverse. That kind of stuff happens. That's more like a college basketball kind of move than an NBA.
Oh,
move.
we're trading number 22 to Denver. Whoa.
And what do
Okay.
what do you guys get?
Wait a minute. So Denver has, I think, 2 picks. I think. Let me see. I want to
Ooh.
confirm that. Because I'm so
And
glad I
they-
wrote all this down. Denver
They're
had,
gonna
yep, they have
take
28 and
Taylor
56. So is Denver going to trade us their 2 picks? I hope so. God, I hope that
Have to.
happens. Please,
Have
God.
to.
Denver is trading up at number 22 for Deron Holmes. Wow.
Hey, so what
Oh, yeah,
numbers have
I
Denver got?
I got a Deron Holmes thing too for you. Actually, go on.
Okay.
No,
That's okay because the Suns aren't making this pick, so we got time. But I might
got time.
interrupt you once we know. Okay, it's in. Shams Charania says the Nuggets are sending picks 28, 56, and 2 future second-round picks. Holy shit, we got second-round picks. Let's go.
Fuck yes.
I'll pull
He's
it
got
up.
4 picks. Did we get 4
Dude.
picks?
Dude, I think he said 4 picks. Confirmed. Nuggets send 28, number 56, and 2 future second-round picks to the Suns. Phoenix moves back several slots and picks up
This is
assets.
it.
Thank you, James
They're cooking.
Jones. Thank you, Denver Nuggets. I am freaking out right now. The Suns
okay.
not only got a late pick tonight, but they also get a pick in the second round tomorrow. So we'll all be live tomorrow. And they got future second round picks. What a
Yes.
steal.
Them second round picks, they're nice little sweeteners. We'll probably use them all up before the trade deadline to add on to move on a bloody Nasir Little or
Sorry
whatever.
it took so long to get it, but there it is right there. Nuggets send 28, 56, 2 future second picks to the Phoenix Suns. Phoenix moves back several slots and picks up assets.
And we can
Boyd.
still get Bronny.
Boyd, what do you think, man? What are you
Hey,
thinking
dude.
here?
Hey, I was thinking if we traded back, I was thinking we get maybe a late first and a second in this year's draft. But the fact that we've gotten a first, a 28th, it keeps us in play for that Bronny dream, that Bronny and LeBron dream that we all
Yep.
sort of have cooking in the back of our heads. But dude, we've got a second round pick tomorrow and 2 futures.
Yep.
Man, this is exactly what the Suns need. We need something to cook with. We need something to add to sweeten pots. We just need to have some sort of an eye on the future, and we've fucking got it, man.
Gambo
4 picks.
and Jake Fisher are confirming the picks. I love this, man, because remember, Boyd, don't forget, we have a G League team now. We have a G League team,
yes.
bro. We can develop some of these picks. And I don't know where these picks are going to land, but maybe this is next year's draft class, which is a lot better than this year's draft class is going to be. But either way, we have picks.
Hey, what can we now do with that number 28? Is there a 3-pick solution? Another trade back? Is there a way
I
that we
don't
can...
know if you can do that. Maybe you can,
can.
but I don't know.
You can, but is there an appetite out there to throw in some more seconds and just fill our coffers a little bit, fill our war chest with some assets that we can sort of move around a bit.
It's not
wow.
impossible. It's not impossible. But holy crap, if you're just joining us, we got over 230 people here. The Phoenix Suns have traded the number 22 overall pick to Denver. Denver's going to draft Deron Holmes II, and the Suns are getting pick 28, tonight, and tomorrow they'll have pick number 56, and the Suns are also receiving 2 future second-round picks. Oh, my God.
Who's still going to be on the board at 28? Who's slipping? Who? Like Cole?
Okay, so let's see. Because I got this ESPN pulled up.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see because
Talk to me, geek. Talk.
A lot of the Suns, like targets, if you will, have been drafted. Tyler Kolek could be 28. We could get Tyler Kolek at 28.
Yeah. Let's go.
Because a lot of these picks that I was scouting, let me just pull up my little notes here. A lot of these picks are, hold on, let me see. Give me a second here. I got a lot going on. Tyler Kolek, Tyler Smith, excuse me. Jonathan Furphy, maybe. He's from Kansas, I believe. Or let's see who else is available. No, he's gone. Tristan Da Silva's gone. Kyle Filipowski's gone. Baylor
Eduardo in the chat.
How did I forget about Ryan Dunn? Ryan Dunn's still available too.
Ryan Dunn, yeah.
Oh,
we can still cook a bit.
Dude, this was a great day. Oh my God. I love it.
But Eduardo just mentioned Bronny at 56 ? And I'm thinking to myself, Lakers have 55, yeah. So if they are going to throw a pick at Bronny, it's going to be that sucker there. One pick before us.
I feel like that might happen. And Ben, I don't know how much you've been following, man. The Bronny James stuff isn't as ludicrous as it sounds. And even LeBron James to Phoenix isn't as ludicrous as it sounds. Even Mark Stein, NBA insider, tweeted out earlier today that Bronny James is still like an option and a target for the Suns. So maybe that's why they made this pick or this deal.
Possibly. I mean, listen, I could see him going 56 late second round. Like I could see that. Just because I think once you get to these late rounds, there's only 2 rounds of the NBA draft now, but once you get to the end of the second round, it's like guys between, I don't know, like your 50th to like 90th guy, there's really not a lot different. There's really not much difference, you know, and anybody could kind of go anywhere. It's really hard to predict the second round. And so, yeah, I mean, certainly, at a minimum, someone's going to want to give Bronny James a training camp invite and see what he can bring. And so, you know, given who his dad is in the pedigree, I would not be surprised if someone took him late second round. Certainly possible, I think.
And like, Boyd, you know this, man. Just the fact that the Suns are kind of making fans happy here and are sort of embracing the youth movement here. We will actually have a young player on this roster tonight. Well, we assume anyways, unless they trade 28. Either way, we have future picks, man. Yeah. I love it. Yeah. We have future talent. And Ben, I'm not sure if you knew this. The Suns got their G League team back. Matt Ishbia and all them, and Josh Bartelstein, our CEO. Yeah. The Valley Suns, man. That's what they're called. The Valley Suns are back. The G League now has 30 teams. Every NBA team has a G League affiliate now.
Okay.
So I could see, let's say we do draft somebody at 58 or whatever, 56, whatever it is. That guy could go to the G League for a while.
Right.
All we got to do is call him up if we need him. Call him up. Bam.
He's here. It's helpful to have that one-on-one affiliate relationship now. That's huge.
Yep.
Why did they go away? What was the deal? What was the situation?
Because our racist, sexist, terrible owner, Robert Sarver, sold them
Bobby
in 2020.
Oh, okay. That explains it.
Yeah.
Okay. It's about 20 million. He sold them to Detroit.
Yep. Sold them to Detroit. And it's
Why didn't Detroit just do what we did and just apply to fucking get their own team?
Well, where did they
money?
And where are the Valley Suns? Where are they playing? Where are they just in?
Tempe, I believe. It was like a hop and a skip. It's like 2 hours or whatever, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So
they're right there in the area then. Okay.
Yep. Now it's funny because their old G League team, the NAZ Suns, that was in northern Arizona,
right?
Which still wasn't very far. I drove up there a couple times and stuff, but yeah, that's and that's one cool thing about it. Yeah, Nick C says Mullet Arena. which isn't very far from the Suns arena, by the way. Yeah, that's where they'll be at. My phone's blowing up, by the way, but yeah, I love this, man. And you know what? I like it for Denver too. Should I say they're now the former NBA champions? I almost called them the NBA champs. They got Jokic, Jamal Murray. They're not going anywhere, and they add a really talented player in Deron Holmes. Yeah, he's really good.
Deron Holmes is really good. I interviewed him at high school when he was being recruited by Cal. And then his brother Cameron is being recruited by Stanford right now.
Okay.
And I actually interviewed Cameron a couple weeks back. So I have an article on Cameron coming out soon. But really, just he comes from a really nice family. His mom's great. Deron's a great kid, so I'm just really happy for the family. It's one of these deals where
is Daron Holmes a 4 or 5?
He's a 4. He's definitely a 4. But he's pretty athletic, so he could play some 3, I think. But he's really more of a 4. But he's very, very athletic, very bouncy, and kind of prototypical NBA forward. Yeah.
Denver have just declined an option on Vlatko Kanka.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and that was their sort of backup big. He was injured a lot last season, but yeah, this Daron Holmes is probably the answer to that move.
Yes, for sure.
Move that comes after. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, Boyd, I don't know if you know much about AJ Johnson. He's from the Australia's NBL League. He is going to Milwaukee, by the way. I'm not sure if you know anything about that.
Has that just been announced?
Yeah.
No, I don't follow the Australian League, mate. It's shit house. It's
okay.
It's crap. yeah. I don't get with it.
Vietnam just got a basketball league, by the way. So there we go.
I did not know that.
Vietnam?
Yeah. We can discuss the Vietnamese basketball league on this.
That's what everybody's tuning in for.
I was just sharing with my subscribers at Rivals the other day, just kind of like where our former Stanford players were at, and there's so many leagues worldwide. It's kind of amazing. But yeah, Vietnam.
We're 5 picks away, guys. And as Jeff Chronister says, there's no Colic, there's no Dunn, there's no Collier.
God.
There's 4 guys that I'd be happy with at 28. We're 5 picks away.
Yeah, we're 5 picks away. I'm just saying my guys are Tyler Kolek and Ryan Dunn. I've done a decent amount of draft homework on them. I'm not saying I wouldn't be happy with Isaiah Collier, but I don't know that much about him. I know he can get downhill. I know he can attack the basket. Might be underrated. Maybe this is one of those situations where he falls and he's like a draft steal. We'll see if we even draft him. But I want Tyler Kolek or Ryan Dunn. Those are my guys.
Yeah. So Collier isn't that somewhat of a floor general? The floor general that a Kolek is.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So Collier is more that probably would you say Eric Bledsoe sort of a mold?
Yeah, I could see that.
Driving dish type of a player, and we all know Bledsoe. And when he was here, he was sometimes when that drive didn't happen and that dish went out, sometimes it ended up in the stands. So you think that he's more like a couple of years away from being anything that the Suns could really cash in on in our window. But yeah, someone like a Kolek who's already come out and publicly said that he's keen to, play into a system and to do what he's told pretty much, which is something that we've struggled with, and help facilitate for the Phoenix Suns. I think Kolek's a really good one, and if he's still there at 28, mate, I think we've got our guy. If the handshake deal hasn't been done with LeBron, and Ben, you're thinking, what's this bloody crazy Aussie talking about getting LeBron to sign for a minimum if his son goes there? And I just think it's more about legacy with LeBron now with his next move, him being the age that he is.
Oh, he doesn't. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And look,
I'm thinking more just from Phoenix's standpoint. Like, I don't know. To me, I just don't think Bronny James is really I'm just kind of iffy on him as an NBA prospect. Just iffy. That's my only thing.
I couldn't care less if he faded away with in the same timeline as LeBron James retired as a Phoenix Sun.
Hey guys, real quick, the New York Knicks are actually trading pick 24 to the Washington Wizards, according to Woj. Let me pull that up real quick. You guys can continue talking.
George?
I just want, they're getting Keyshawn George. So the Knicks are trading 24. By the way, the Knicks have 24, 25, and I believe 38 in this draft. And they just obviously made that Mikal Bridges trade. A lot of their future picks are now going to Brooklyn. So I wonder if New York's just going to trade all their picks. They don't really need them. But yeah, Washington now gets another pick. They also have pick 28, or is it 28 or 20 something? 26, I think. And they have like a bunch of second rounders. So Washington is going to get Keyshawn George after trading with the New York Knicks. But I wonder who Washington traded. That's the question.
Yeah, well, we'll find out.
Guess we'll find out.
Random.
Well, they can't. Hartenstein, they can't trade because he's a free agent.
I don't think they can afford to bring him back either.
Yeah, exactly. So who have they got? Well, there's bloody what's his name? The guy that wears the dresses. The ex-Lakers guy wears dresses and shit like that. What's his name?
Kyle Kuzma.
Kuzma. Aren't they shopping him? But
well, yeah. When Casey was on the show earlier, Casey, there was a rumor from Jason Robbins, I believe, who covers the team for the Sacramento Bee. He said that they were targeting the Kings were gonna trade their 13th pick for either Cam Johnson or Kyle Kuzma. That's what they were saying. Okay, so the Knicks traded pick 24 for Washington's number 26 and 51. Wow, so the Knicks.
So it's just picks. It's just picks swapping hands.
Just a picks trade. Which, okay.
24 for 26 and 51.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me pull that up on the screen. That's what Shams is saying. So New York gets 26 and 51?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, yeah, that's what Shams is saying right here. So New York, after making that huge Mikal Bridges trade, trading most of their picks to Brooklyn, now they have 26 and 51. And they have 38, I believe, or something like that.
Well, New York are about, they got what, 8 or 9 players rostered, and they're about 6.6 million under the apron. So they're probably wanting to cash in some of these higher picks with the higher price tags to get some of these, get a couple of second round guys to fill out a roster maybe. At a lower price tag to sort of stay under that apron, possibly.
And another thing too is obviously they're contending. Obviously they're going to be one of the best teams in the league next year. So you might as well bring in a little bit of talent.
Hey, they're going to have a vibe, but they really they've got a lot of threes.
Yeah.
You know, some 2s and 3s options. But Brunson right now, looking at it, he's their number one option.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't say they're a contender. They're going to make some noise in the East, but I
you don't think they're a contender? I do.
Well,
they're freaking awesome.
They're a contender in the sense that they're going to contend because they're in a weak East and they'll get up there, right? And they could, be in the Eastern Conference Finals. But I just don't think that they have that star power and the ability to put a team away in a final series, a star-studded team. They haven't got the hit power, I don't think. But they're going to be a hell of a fun team.
Hell yeah, they are. As Woj says, the Knicks will now be selecting at 25 and 26. So these next 2 picks are going to New York. And they can bring in that young talent.
We'll see.
Ben, you got any thoughts on any of this that's been going down while we wait for the Suns pick at 28?
Yeah, there was something that was coming to mind here. Kind of a random. This is just a random fact, but I just realized Isaiah Carr went to the same high school as Jaylen Brown, so there's that.
Okay, I did not know that.
Yeah, the other guy. Little trivia information for you there. I saw Collier play. A little bit, from what I recall, kind of a streaky player, but certainly a guy that can put the ball in the bucket. Yeah, 6'5", good size for a point guard. He's got that going for him. But I'm not sure I would. If I was Phoenix, that's not who would be my first choice based on the guys you've mentioned. Yeah. I mean,
Fit
he's
wise.
a second round guy to me, honestly, Collier. But that's just my him.
Can y'all take over in terms of hosting? I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I've been sitting here for like 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Benny boy.
There we
Let's
go.
mate.
Yeah, you guys take over. You guys will make a good dynamic duo.
Just when I jumped in, you guys were talking about, I think it was the 18th pick? That guy that you wanted to have a talk about? What was his name? Tyson?
Yeah, Jalen Tyson. We were talking about Jalen Tyson.
Yeah. Talk to me about him. Where did he end up?
He went 20th to Cleveland, if I'm looking at it correctly. He went to Cleveland, yeah. So, kind of my connection to him is so for Rivals.com, I used to cover Cal basketball for them. Now I cover Stanford, the rival school, which has been fun. So now I cover Stanford. Yeah. But I saw him play live against Stanford 3 times. So I got to. He's a very talented scorer, a guy that can really put the ball in the bucket, and he's got good size. He's like 6'7". I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised that the Cavaliers took him as high as they did. I thought he was kind of more like a late first round, early second round type of talent. So I'm a little surprised that Cleveland picked him as high as he did. But he's a guy that can really, really score and put the ball in the bucket. And so he's given Cleveland a really dynamic scoring punch there. So
does that spell out? So with Cleveland, you think that they've just got Donovan Mitchell back, right?
Yeah.
He's their dynamic scorer right now. So they've got someone in that same sort of a mold in Tyson, you'd think. What about Garland? Is he all but on his way out, do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a really good question. We'll kind of see we'll have to see what they do with Garland. I think he's
if they've taken Tyson so much earlier than what he was projected. Like the Suns did a similar thing with Cam Johnson, and it worked out well for us with Cam J. But if they've done something similar, they've obviously really liked this Tyson fellow, and from all accounts, from what you're saying, he's pretty good. He's got some potential. But if they like him that much to take him that early, and they haven't taken him for someone else, they've taken him for themselves. It kind of speaks to that dynamic, as in what they're going to do with the current roster, and is there going to be some funny moves coming on? Because Garland, is he a restricted free agent, or is he already tied up?
I'm not sure what his contract situation is. I don't necessarily. I think that obviously the fact that they took Tyson as early as they did obviously shows that they really, really believe in him, right? And I think you're right too that it gives him a second dynamic score alongside Donovan Mitchell. So I think what they're hoping is with him and Mitchell, that kind of gives them 2 really potent scorers. And he doesn't play the same position as Darius Garland, so they could coexist, I think. But yeah, I think
if I can answer the contract question, he signed a 5-year extension after the All-Star game this year, so he's locked in.
Thank you.
5 years.
Thank you, co-host Casey.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay, that answers that then.
Is that who's KC? That guy that just popped up.
Casey's the co-host, man. He's a little part-time producer on this show, friend of the channel, friend of mine. Good guy. Yeah.
Nice. Get his video up. He's got the contract stuff for us. Let's should keep him in here, mate.
When I'm doing like a normal,
if you guys give me people, I'll look them up for you. But I'm kind of in the background working on some things right now. So,
and like when I do a normal show, like Casey's really good at like pulling up a Woj tweet and getting it all nice and neat on the screen. So y'all are talking about Cleveland, right?
Yes. Yeah, and Jalen Tyson.
So real quick, just on the Darius Garland stuff, from what I heard, and from what's been sort of reported, I don't think him and Donovan Mitchell like hate each other. I don't think that's the case at all. I just think Darius Garland might want his own team. So we could see a scenario where if Donovan Mitchell stays, Darius Garland, I don't know why, but just wants to be traded. I don't think it's anything hostile. Like, get me out of here. I hate Cleveland. I don't think it's
Well,
that.
he wants what was promised to him, right? Because he was given the keys to the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah.
He was given the keys a little while ago. Then the Donovan Mitchell thing came up, and then all of a sudden, it's like, well, okay, you can keep your key ring, but give us the fucking keys back because Donovan's got him. So I can see what he means. He's sort of been put on the back seat, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And in my opinion, he is a all-star player. He's been an all-star, I believe, once. So, great scoring point guard in this league. And Cleveland, I'm just saying, like, they tried with the Lauri Markkanen, Jared Allen, Evan Mobley thing. They tried with that. Then they traded away Lauri Markkanen to Utah. Ben, you know a lot about that because he's awesome there, by the way.
Crushing it.
We saw what happened this season. Game 7, Donovan Mitchell, the injuries and all that. They have a lot of questions, but like they also have a lot of things they could do. Do they keep Jared Allen? Do they keep Darius Garland? Like, I don't know. Like, they have a lot they could do. I don't know. But
give me 2 minutes, man. I've got to go and
take your time, man.
quickly change a nappy. I'll just
You're
turn
good.
the sound
You're
off.
good, man. You're good. Ben, I promise eventually we will get to the Jalen Tyson stuff because I'm really intrigued to just get your full thoughts on him. And I've been high on this guy because for about a month now I've been cramming my brain with draft knowledge, trying to get somewhat familiar. That's why after like the lottery, I was like, oh, I know a lot more about these picks. And I'm excited to eventually get to that, but I kind of want to wait till after the Suns at least make this pick 28,
Yeah, for sure.
I can't wait. But I will say this though, because we're already on Cleveland. I think I really like it for Cleveland too. And I think I agree with you. I think they were really high on this kid. I'm glad he went top 20, by the way. That's kind of where I had him. I was like, he's probably going to be a top 25 pick. And going into a situation with Cleveland, again, we'll fully dive into him later, but the guy can score. I'm sure Donovan Mitchell, if he stays, is going to love him. He can mentor him, all that stuff. I like it for Cleveland. But again, Cleveland's got a lot of question marks. They're a good team, but they, even though they made it to they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals, right? But you get my point. Like they got to at least get to the finals before maybe they pull the plug on all of this. I don't know. I'm speaking out loud, but we'll see. I don't know. So New York, I believe. Let me see.
Yeah, what are they doing? What's their situation right
The
now?
Knicks are targeting. I don't even know how to pronounce his name. French guard Pacome Dedetti. I can't pronounce that name. That's pick 25, by the way.
Okay.
And I think they might trade pick 26. There's trades going all over the place, man.
Okay. I would think we had to know the trades were coming. They always come.
Yeah. Yep.
They always come. Just a question of when.
Exactly. Yeah, but not much is going on besides that, at least right now, anyways. But I'm just excited, Ben. I mean, for months, the talk was, will Phoenix even make a pick at 22? And I was leaning so heavily on that in my live shows and my videos. I was like, because you can even look it up. Matt Ishbia, our owner, James Jones, both said multiple times they view draft picks as trade assets. But maybe they actually did their homework and looked into this draft. And you know this, Ben. On draft day, as we've seen multiple times, you pick up the phone, things could change like that. So I'm sure they were on the phones. I'm sure they were very active. And Denver was like, you know what? We'll give you a pick. We want Deron Holmes really bad. Give us your 22. We'll give you a whole bunch of future picks. I love it, man. I love it. So props to James. I feel like it's hard to say if it's a win-win because these guys haven't even played a minute in the NBA yet, but I feel like it's kind of a win-win on paper for both teams.
I would agree.
Yeah.
And then obviously Denver, obviously kind of like Jalen Tyson, they obviously really like Deron Holmes taking 22. You know.
Yep.
But Deron Holmes, I felt like was more, at least for me, was more in that window coming in. Jalen Tyson going 20. We'll talk about more. But
Yeah, I can't wait, man. Yeah.
Surprise. That was a surprise to me.
Yep. I love it, man. It's been a good draft so far. It's been a good show, y'all. We're live with Ben Parker and Boyd from the Aussie Suns Fans podcast. Great show so far. I don't know if you caught the very start of the show, Ben. It's okay if you didn't, because you didn't miss much, but I had some technical issues. I have like 2 different monitors right here. I had a lot going on, but I improvised. It was good. It was fun. I talked about like the Wizards. I talked about the Mikal Bridges Knicks trade, talked a lot of good stuff, and it's been a great live show. I can't wait for tomorrow, man. I hope you can join tomorrow, because tomorrow's going to be a lot more laid back. Gonna have more guests on. We're gonna talk about like the Bulls, all this stuff tomorrow. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I do want to get to a question though, from Mary, who says, do you think we can still get Tyler Kolek? Fingers crossed. That is my guy right there, Ben. I don't know if you know much about Tyler Kolek, and we can talk about it if that happens, but that is my guy. I want him. Can I just pull up a quick quote from Tyler Kolek about why? Like, I mean, I knew a lot about him prior to him saying this quote, but the videos I was doing on him, the film I've watched, the notes I've taken on him, this kid just seems legit, like a legit NBA ball player. But this quote, and if you guys have watched my videos and seen the live shows, you guys know I've read this like 3 times. I'm going to read it again, especially if we draft Tyler Kolek. Dwayne Rankin from the Arizona Republic got an interview with Tyler Kolek, and he's talking about how, what he can bring to the Phoenix Suns. And he said, 3 superstars, you're expected to win. They can't take a chance on a project that might work out down the road. That's not helping them. Being a guy that can come in and be ready to play on day one is something that I think will really help me, because I can impact winning at a very high level. I don't need much development. Obviously, every step of the way, every single year that I've been in college, I've gotten so much better. That's only going to continue to happen. But my game is as it is right now. I feel like without all of the development that will be coming, is NBA ready and ready to impact a playoff team from day one. Tyler Kolek has that mindset, Ben, where he's like, I'm going to work hard in practice. You're going to know my name. I'm going to contribute to a championship team. This is Tyler Kolek talking to Dwayne Rankin of the Arizona Republic. And he's saying stuff like a veteran says, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I love it. And I've read that quote on the live shows before. I've talked about it in my videos. I love it, man. This kid just seems like NBA ready, at least on paper he does. By the way, we got another trade. I think this was sort of anticipated. The Knicks are trading 26 to the Oklahoma City Thunder, sources tell ESPN. And the Thunder are going to draft Dylan Jones. Is that how you say it? Dylan Jones at 26?
I think so. That sounds right to me.
It's spelled differently, I think. Dylan.
It would be Dylan.
Yeah, Dylan Jones. They're going to draft him.
Yeah, Dylan.
I have a lot of thoughts on the Thunder, by the way. Who I meant to talk about this earlier, but they drafted Nikola Topic, or however you pronounce his name. I think they got him at 12.
Okay.
And he had recently had I think it was like an ACL injury or something like that, but it wasn't as severe. But this kid's upside and potential, especially as a point guard, like the Thunder, and we all know the Thunder situation. They made it to the semifinals. They were one of the best teams in the league, one of the best teams in the West. They got an MVP candidate in SGA. Chet Holmgren's great. Jalen Williams, And now they add, I don't really know much about, what's his name? Dylan Jones. But they got Nikola Topic as like a project player, if you will. Sam Presti with all those draft picks, salary cap space. Dude, like I love that for the Thunder, man. Welcome back, Boyd. We're just talking OKC while we're waiting for the Suns pick.
Hey, yeah, mate, it would have been a lot better than what I was just doing. I'll tell you. I'll give you the hot tip. That was not good news. But hey, yeah, you just mentioned OKC and what they're stuffing around with. Nikola Topic, is he their Giddy replacement? He's that.
Ooh, I didn't think about that.
He's a playmaking big, yeah.
Yeah,
Topic?
pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, and Giddy he's a big guard, so to speak. Both international prospects. Topic had it like a lot of hype before he got injured.
Yep.
And he was rumored top 5. I even think that there was a slithering time when he was rumored to be a number 1 pick and a possible number 1 pick. So yeah, I thought that was cheeky. That was a real cheeky good move by OKC. But who's this other guy? Dylan Jones?
Yeah, I don't know much about him. And real quick, the Thunder they're sending 5, you heard it, 5 second-round picks to the Knicks for Dylan Jones. Holy shit. Because OKC's got him.
Man.
They have so many second-round picks. They don't need them. It's just gold. They have gold and they're giving it away.
Well, it's gold to us. Like through our lens, it's gold. But
yeah, that's true.
It wasn't that long ago. And I suppose with all the apron and all the new CBA shit coming in, I suppose they've gotten more value, second round picks in particular, because of the contract holds that you can have on this. You can have a guy under team control with the restricted free agency and whatnot. But yeah, look, I it was only 1 or 2 years ago that we were seeing Jay Crowder getting moved for a shitload of second round picks, and they were like a real meaningless currency. But I feel like they've got some worth back. So getting 5 second round picks is really good. For a 26.
And you got to remember too what they just did with the Mikal Bridges trade. They traded a lot of future picks to get Mikal Bridges, and now it looks like they're getting picks back, which is awesome. Yes. Man, like I would not want to be the person tracking all of these picks and where they're going to and how they're going to get routed. I would not want to be that person.
It's getting hard with all the first round pick swaps as well. It's and then they trade there's pick swaps on pick swaps. There's the lesser of the 3 different teams, and there's all these different caveats now, which are making it a real strain on my brain.
So Sham says that the 5 second round picks span from 2025 to 2027, and all those are going to New York. So Sham says. So, man.
You're nice.
Dylan Jones is the Weber State guy, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I'm looking at him right now. Weber State. Same college as Damian Lillard, which is kind of cool.
Yep.
Yeah. Obviously, the fact that he ended up at Weber State means he was, kind of a bit of an under the radar guy coming out of high school. But Weber State, we can talk about Weber State. They've kind of they seem to find ways to keep sending guys to the NBA. Dylan Jones, Damian Lillard, and
wasn't there
boy as well was a Weaver.
Yep. I knew there was another guy.
There's 3 guys, which is, it's kind of, for a little school in Utah, it's like kind of a mini, not the, kind of all the schools in Utah to be sending guys to the NBA. Weber State, it's like, what? There's something in the water up there in Weber. I don't know. It's interesting.
Sorry to cut you off, Ben, but real quick, Minnesota's making their pick, and Phoenix is next. Even though it says Denver, this is going to Phoenix right here. So the Timberwolves are going to get Terrence Shannon at 27. So technically, Phoenix is on the clock right now, even though
we still got a bunch of our guys there waiting.
Yep. So technically,
we can get another sneaky trade back and still get one of our guys. Is there another one? Can we double down?
I know.
Double or nothing.
I'm going to keep refreshing my phone. I'm going to keep checking all this stuff. And the Phoenix Suns are on the clock. Even though technically it says Denver's on the clock, this pick is going to Phoenix. In case you missed it, the Suns traded pick 22 for Denver's 28, 56, and 2 future seconds. Please draft Tyler Kolek here. If we draft Tyler Kolek, I'm going to freak out. I'm going to love it. I got so much like insight and analysis on Tyler Kolek. And while you were gone, Boyd, I read a quote that I've done in my videos and live shows about Tyler Kolek and how he's pretty much ready to play on day one. I think Devin Booker, KD, Beal would love this kid. But heck, even if it's Ryan Dunn, I don't care. Like, get one of my guys, please. I'm so excited. The Suns are on the clock, y'all. Take a deep breath. Woo. Got 242 people watching. We're almost at the 3-hour mark. Crush that live show. I think they just made the pick. Hold on. Refreshing. Phoenix is selecting Ryan Dunn at 28. The Phoenix Suns have drafted Ryan Dunn. Arguably the best defender in the draft.
Talk to me about Ryan Dunn.
Go. My goodness. Okay, I'm just going to pull this up real quick. Ryan Dunn has been drafted by the Phoenix Suns. Let me pull up my notes that I got about him. Like I said, the best defender in the draft. Phoenix must be targeting defense. And, you know, maybe it was Gambo who had this too. I think Gambo was one of those people saying Ryan Dunn was on their board. So Ryan Dunn, about 6'6", 214 pounds, defensive menace on the court. He is really good at kind of, if he gets beat off the dribble, will kind of go back and shot block it from behind, can steal the ball. I don't know what his wingspan is off the top of my head. I think he's a shooting guard, I believe.
Yes, he's a shooting guard. Yes.
So he's guard. He's 6'6", wingspan 7'1" wingspan. He can hustle. Oof. He can score from the interior, disrupts plays. I feel like he's like a 94 feet type of defender, sort of like a Javon Carter, maybe. I love it, man.
He sounds like a little bit taller. Talking about guys that we've had, Melton, Anthony Melton.
Yes, you're a real Suns fan, by the way, if you remember that.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
The Phoenix Suns have drafted Ryan Dunn at 21, y'all, or 28, excuse me. I'm losing it, y'all. Man. And real quick, I'll just pull up a picture so people know who the hell we just drafted. Ryan Dunn, man. I can't believe it. Let me just find a photo real quick in my files. Y'all can talk. Boyd, you got any thoughts on this? I don't know if you know too much about him. How are you feeling about this pick, man?
I've seen some highlights, and but yeah, he's not someone that I looked at very much at all. I mean, I really liked it, but he just didn't have the same that same fit that I thought that a point guard in Kolek would have had for us. Because you think about it, that's the position point guard that we have Brad Beal and Devin Booker kind of playing out of position at. So having more of a specialist point guard would have been probably my bet. But in saying that, if he is everything that I've seen in the minimal highlights that I've seen, and from what you're saying, he sounds like he could just be you could throw him in anywhere, and he's going to be a great benefit to the team. Hopefully he's a glue guy. Hopefully he talks on defense, and hopefully he he fits in well in the locker room. Let's just fucking is that him there? Is it?
Yeah. So I was going to read this too. This is Kevin O'Connor from the Ringers big board. He says he has shades of Herb Jones, who's a lockdown defender. I believe he made the all defensive team. Andre Robertson. Do you remember Andre Robertson?
Oh yeah.
That dude was a lockdown defender, man.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, a very good defender. I remember it was I believe they drafted him. They had him before they drafted Josh Hustis, I think. And that was part of when the Josh Huestis pick out of Stanford a surprise because they already had him. But yes, I'm looking at his stats. He's very much a defensive guy.
Yeah.
Only averaged 8. I don't say only, but 8 points a game in college at Virginia.
Yep.
Now, Virginia plays a bit of a slower pace of basketball under Tony Bennett, so that's kind of part of maybe why he didn't score as much. But he averaged 2.3 blocks per game.
Yep.
And 1.3 steals per game, and also 6.9 rebounds. He's a terrible three-point shooter, shot 20% from deep, and a 53.2% foul shooter. So he's really got to work on his shooting. That's a real weakness for him. But the guy is a really talented, just absolute freak defender. 2.3 blocks per game as a guard. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's huge. And honestly, we don't need him to score. We have 3 of the best scorers in the NBA. We don't need Ryan Dunn to score, man. I love it. Can I read something on Kevin O'Connor's draft thing here?
Sure.
He has closing speed to run shooters off the line or block drivers, kind of like how I was talking about earlier, from behind the paint. He's intelligent, often blowing up opponents' plays with his versatility. He can switch effectively, contain opponents of any shape or style. Elite rim protector with wing position. And it just goes on and on. Kevin O'Connor's mock draft. And there's so many other notes that I took on him, but I think we pretty much summed it up here. This was my second choice behind Tyler Kolek. And the Phoenix Suns draft Ryan Dunn at 28. I love it. I love it. Hell yeah, Phoenix Suns. I'm very happy. James Jones. I've been a little bit of a
number 29.
Yeah, to your Utah Jazz, by the way, Ben. But James Jones, man, I've been a little bit of a critic of him lately. But he seems to just keep making these little moves here and there that, I'm very happy with this because not only do we get a defensive dog who's only 21 years old, by the way, we get future picks on top of that. And heck, tomorrow is round 2 of the draft. Maybe we get Bronny James at 56. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's all but gone now, that Bronny James thing.
Maybe.
He won't go past 55 if you ask me. I think Lakers take him.
That's fair. I love it. Real quick, one of my favorite follows on Twitter, AZ Sports Zone, Zona Hoops, formerly known as Ryan Dunn adds instant youth, size, defense, athleticism to the Suns. The jumper has a long ways to go, but he can play right away by providing elite defense on the wing, something the Suns lack. I totally agree with that.
How old is he?
He's only 21.
Yeah, he
Nice.
played 2 years at Virginia. Yeah.
Yep.
For a little background on his high school recruitment, Rivals.com, who I work for our network, Rivals, we rated him as a 4-star recruit. He was the 112th overall high school player in his class in 2022. So a guy who's overachieved to get to the NBA, being rated 112 in his class. Verbally committed to Virginia, where he played, obviously. He also held offers from Boston College, Cal, Georgia Tech, Marquette, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Oklahoma State, Pittsburgh, South Carolina, Texas A&M, Virginia Tech, and a few other smaller schools as well. Kind of a mediumly recruited guy out of high school. 4-star recruit's always good, but was not a top 100 player in the nation, according to Rivals. So a guy who's definitely, overachieved to get here. And also, you just look at what he did from his freshman year to sophomore year. As a freshman, 2.6 points, 1.1 blocks, and 0.4 steals per game. And just really made a jump from his freshman year to sophomore year. Almost doubled his minutes. And Virginia's obviously a really strong program playing in the ACC. So a guy that I think for the Suns, I think what's exciting is this is a guy who made tremendous improvement from his freshman to sophomore year, and is a guy that's getting better, right? And those are the kind of guys you want to get. And then, the defensive skills he's got. Obviously, great physical tools. Now listed at I'm looking at him as now listed at 6'8", 208. That's what his measurements are for what I've seen. Yeah, so he's got good size. Kind of, if kind of reminds me of a Matisse Thybulle type guy.
Ooh.
That's kind of what he reminds me. That's who he sounds like to me, which is exciting.
Yeah,
that's comp. Yeah,
yeah. I like that comp as well. I really.
What was his shooting? What was his outside shooting like, Ben?
Terrible.
It's atrocious. I mean, he shot 30. He shot 20% from deep last season on one attempt per game. So the guy is not a 3-point shooter, and his foul shooting is terrible too at 53%. So his shooting needs to improve. Like that's the one area he needs to really get improved is his shooting. But he found ways to score more inside and everything. His field goal percentage was 54.8%. So he was a good scorer inside around the rim. It looks like from his percentages. So he found ways to score. Yeah. So
who else have we got on the Phoenix Suns? That's a really good defender.
Josh
Okogie.
Josh Okogie.
I'm not trying to scare you here, Brendan. I'm not trying to scare you. Okay, well, he's now on the Suns, I guess. Well, we could still move him, I suppose, but I suppose I'm just going to have to get on it and just, put the orange and purple shaded glasses on and get behind the kid.
I believe Gambo I think he said recently that they want to bring Josh Okogie back. Don't quote me on that, but I swear I saw that. And yeah, by the way, guys, real quick.
Playmaker, Ryan Dunn.
I'm not too sure on that one, to be honest. Well, according to Kevin O'Connor, understands his offensive role. He isn't a creator, but he limits mistakes and keeps the ball moving. That sounds like something the Phoenix Suns need right there. Get the ball to our best players.
Yeah, okay. Well, you're giving me some more to go on here to get behind. I can convince myself. This is what tonight's going to be.
Real quick, you guys. The NBA draft is over. The Celtics, I believe, are getting Baylor Shireman, if I read that correctly. But we can still keep going, y'all, because, Ben, we haven't even gotten to our Jalen Tyson subject yet. Boyd, we can continue to talk Suns. Maybe I'll invite some other guests on here if they want to join. I'm going to keep going, y'all. Might as well keep going. It's been a great live show. We have over 50 people in here right now. The Suns, if you're just missing out, or if you're just joining in, drafted Ryan Dunn at 28. We can dive all into that. I'm just about to upload a thumbnail, but yeah, this is.
Let's have a look at who's left and who's slipped from the first round to the second round.
Yeah, we can do that. Mm-hmm. I'm just uploading something real quick, so yeah, we can do that. I just got to upload this real quick. Let's see.
So we've still got Furphy. Furphy's still out there.
Yep, Johnny Furphy.
I thought he'd go in the first round somewhere.
Same here. I had him going in the first round as well.
So we've got who have we got? We've got Furphy. We've got bloody Kolek is still there.
Tyler Kolek, my boy, still there. I thought he was going first round too. Maybe he gets drafted by Phoenix tomorrow, but he ain't falling to 56.
No. And this is a reason that I like this second day for the second round, because it gives people to jump out of it gives front offices a minute to jump out of the moment.
No, that's a good way to put it.
Look at what they've done, and there can be some discourse, and then they can say, well, okay, and it's you can trade your first round selection for maybe a couple of second rounders. So we could still possibly move. I know that we don't want to Ryan Dunn and possibly get a couple of these other guys. It's still this is what I like. It adds that little bit of it's not over yet. It's not just over in the one foul swoop. So yeah, let's go. Let's go second rounders.
Yeah. I agree with you, man. And I'm glad you said that, Boyd, because let me just lower this graphic real quick. But this was like a couple weeks ago, actually. I was live, I was talking about the draft, and I went on like a 10-minute rant about why I like the draft being 2 days. And it's for the exact reason what you just said. Teams can step away from the moment, they can cool down, phone calls can still be made, teams can look at what's happened, teams can look at who's been picked. Maybe there's some trades. Like, I thought we would have at least seen one star-ish player get traded. That didn't happen. Teams can now swap picks if they want to. We've already seen some activity. Obviously, Phoenix got into the second round. Maybe teams are like, hey, we want to trade into the second round. They now have 12 extra hours to now do that, if not longer?
You've got player agents.
Over. Yeah.
You've got player agents talking to their guys who have been taken and they're going to these hideous locations and they're like, shit, man. Do we can we call someone to see if there's any appetite to maybe move this on? And it just creates a whole pipeline of this is why we love the off season, right? It's free agency, it's transactions, it's all that shit that keeps us going. And having it over 2 days and having that extra wiggle room to wiggle, it's cool as, man. I love it.
Yeah, I love it too, man. Ben, you got any thoughts on that about what we talked about right there?
I think it's great. I think as you kind of said, it gives you more time to kind of process what's happened, first of all, and kind of catch your breath a little bit. And then also too, the other thing too is the second round. There's a lot of really talented, good players that come out of the second round. And the second round is obviously it doesn't get the same hype as the first round. There's a lot of gems and hidden guys that are found in the second round, and it's only 2 rounds for crying out loud. The NBA, Major League Baseball's got 20 rounds, NFL's got 7 rounds. I don't know how many rounds hockey's got. They got more than just 2, but you only have 2 rounds here. Every other sport, their draft days go over multiple days. So you might as well just give the second round its own day. You know what I mean? And give them and kind of put the spotlight on them. And as I said, there are really, there's a list of guys who have been absolutely fantastic as second round picks. So many guys. And so I think giving those guys their own day is great. And then also just for the NBA, from a pure business standpoint, it gives us another day to kind of talk and discuss and chatter and what comes the next day. And teams probably appreciate it because it gives them a chance to kind of reevaluate things and think, what do we want to do the next day? And so it's a win-win for the fans, teams. I guess maybe for players it's not the best because maybe some guys are a little nervous having to sleep tonight, not knowing what's going to happen. But I think for overall everybody involved, it's great to have this extra day.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with both of you right there. And again, that's why I'm a fan of it. Like, I understand, a lot of this is about money and ratings and business and blah, blah, blah. But like, as a fan, I like how they do day 2 of the draft. It's really good for content creators. I have to selfishly say that because now we can, as you said, Ben and Boyd, like, it's good for us. We can talk about what comes next, what could happen, who's still left on the draft board. Maybe this trade happens. Maybe this trade doesn't happen, blah, blah, blah. I love it. And cannot wait for day 2.
And yes, Gemini in the chat, Phoenix can trade up to get Tyler. So
yeah,
I would envision Tyler going anywhere from probably in the next 10 picks in the second round. I don't think he'll go too much past that. If anything past that, but it could just mean one of our future second rounders that we picked up in that stellar trade, 4 picks for 22. It could just mean maybe we throw them a couple of future seconds because we've still got one in 2028. We've got our second round pick plus these 2 that we've picked up today. So we've got 3 second round picks in the future and 1 tomorrow. So 4 all up. So yeah, if it's just a matter of bundling 2 of them together to get Colic, Yeah, I reckon we can definitely still do it. And like you said before, we haven't seen many actual players moved.
Exactly.
Any sort of no rotational pieces, no nothing like that. So there's still that avenue as well. But I expected to see maybe a Nasir Little, or a Nurk maybe, if it was a bigger move. But yeah. More players tomorrow. More players move tomorrow, I reckon.
And real quick, you guys, because we got over 250 people in here. And Boyd, obviously you're invited to this, and we're going to have more guests on, but tomorrow's going to be a little bit more of a laid back show. I'm probably going to have a couple drinks tomorrow, just relax, have fun. Ben, you're invited on. My friend Super Mario Hoops, who's a big Bulls fan, big NBA history guy, he's going to join the show. Maybe some more Aussies can join the show, Boyd. Maybe John from the Suns Jam. I don't know. We'll see if they're available. Ben, you're invited.
Yeah.
Well, John just got blocked by KD, so I think we have to keep him at arm's length, don't we?
Yep, we gotta. We might have to.
So what do we do, Geek? Do we get behind John and just launch all these podcasts, anti-KD podcasts, or do we just sort of say, oh yeah, John, yeah, you can come if you want, I suppose, or whatever? What do we do, mate? Or do we just do nothing?
I'm staying on Kevin Durant's good side, man. I'm not messing with KD. I even tweeted him recently that I have his back. I made a YouTube short, with that whole stupid Houston Rockets stuff. I
hope you had some fine print saying that. I got your back, KD. I never really liked John anyway. something like that.
Can we go back to Bronny James for just a second?
Yeah, let's talk about Bronny James.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm talking about him more in the case of we really shouldn't be talking about him. I was pulling up his stats: 4.8 points a game, 2.8 rebounds, 36% field goal percentage, 26% from three, a 67% foul shooter.
Yeah.
Only 6 games, 19.3 minutes per game. I mean, I'm just be real. If he wasn't LeBron James' son, nobody would be talking about a freshman who averaged 4.8 points per game.
No, they wouldn't.
Sniffing the NBA.
You're right, Ben. Ben, 100%.
Yes.
You're right. You're right.
You're right.
From the eye test and all that sort of shit, but he's got 3 things playing in his favor. He's got his dad, of course. His dad.
Yeah. Yes.
There's that pedigree. There's that pipe dream of him coming to play for your franchise if you have his son there, which will eventually happen, I think, before LeBron retires. Whether it's that next season or the season after, or it's in his age 42 year. But you've also got the fact that he's come off that major heart issue.
Yes.
Which, so his numbers are very much, you would expect them to be very much watered down because of that.
Yes.
And thirdly, he came out at the combine and fucking shot the lights out. He was one of the best 3-point shooters in the initial combine. So maybe there's some subterfuge happening here. Maybe there's a little bit, okay, I've got more in the tank. Here I am. Here's what I am. Think what you want over the last 6 months worth of numbers when I've been healing. But this is me. I'm Bronny James, and my dad might come and play with me too. Don't forget about that. So and look, wholly and solely, that's the only reason I'm talking about it, is because of the Phoenix Suns and their contending window and it lining up with that pipe dream happening. But you're right. But if you look at him on paper for what he is right now, is the last 6 months of his play, yeah, he's struggling to get a training camp deal. He's a non-drafted type guy. He's a 10 dayer, if you will.
Best case.
I agree.
Yeah. I wonder. It's a case where I wonder if now is he hired? Do you guys know, is he hired an agent or what the deal is? Can he come back to USC?
His agent's Rich Paul, who's LeBron James's agent.
Okay,
I
so
have some thoughts on that later.
So he hired an agent. So he's like, he can't go back to college then if he's hired an agent. I don't think.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So I don't know. To me, I think it would make more sense for him to play one more year at USC and boost his draft stock next year. That's my feeling.
I agree.
Right? That's what I would identify with him. I mean, I don't, and I'll tell you this too. I mean, I've seen a lot of different players who had like Hall of Fame dads, and having a Hall of Fame dad is great. I mean, and granted, LeBron James is kind of in its own territory, and teams do factor in a little bit the pedigree aspect, but at the end of the day, it comes down to what can you do for me on the court, right?
But how many of them Hall of Fame dads that you're using as a precedent, still played and were still MVP conversation players today, and had officially gone on wax saying that they, before their time ends, they want to play with their son. It'd be the first. It'd be the first.
That's a fair point. I mean, that's certainly a fair point. And that's the one thing that's different. But at the end of the day, at some point, Dad's going to let go of the rope for Bronny, and it's going to be him out there by himself. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is I think professional teams aren't, in my view at least, I don't think professional teams are thinking about, and maybe they are. I we'll see if someone picks him, but I don't think professional teams are thinking too much about. I don't think professional teams are thinking too much about. We're going to draft you because we want to sign your dad. I mean, that would be a very unique thing that's never happened before. To my knowledge.
So first off, I agree with both of you on a lot of what they said, or what you guys said. But here's what I'm kind of thinking with the Bronny James stuff.
Sure.
And look, first off, Ben, I agree with you. And you could say this about a lot of draft prospects in a way. Like maybe some of these prospects should have stayed an extra year. But like I said earlier, in the day, Mark Stein, NBA insider, said the Suns are still very high on Bronny James. They're interested in all that. And look, the draft combine can only get you so far. Sometimes you rise because you had a good draft combine. Sometimes you don't. And he did for the most part. But he wasn't the only like standout from the draft combine either. But Bronny James had multiple, I think it was like not multiple, two. Well, okay. He was supposed to have 2 workouts with the Suns. Then apparently it was reported he wasn't at the second one. Now, I don't know the exact reason why, but clearly the Phoenix Suns are interested. Clearly there is interest there. And Ben and Boyd, you were absolutely right. Like the stats don't show much. If his name didn't have James, on the back of it, we wouldn't even be talking about this kid. And sure, the defensive potential's there. But it's making me lean a little bit forward on like the Suns really are targeting this kid. But will he be available by the time we make pick 56? But maybe there's a trade up scenario in the second round. I don't know.
That's all. Look, and people talk about, and I'm still talking about it, the handshake deal, the subterfuge, the secret squirrel handshake. But and people say LeBron is about to sign a 3-year maximum extension with the Lakers, which is, what is that, $150, $180 million or whatever that is going to be. But could you imagine what the Netflix deal for that for the doco on the first ever father-son pairing would pay? Like it'd blow it out of the water, if I'm being honest. You're talking Last Dance type viewership here. It's a first of its kind like that. So take money out of it because there's money to be made on the back end that the James family could cash in on to offset what they're losing contractually. So, but yeah, look, it's again, it's a pipe dream. It's fun to think about, but yeah, that's what we're here for, right? We're here to have some fun.
Right, and I want to say too, just about Bronny, while I'm skeptical of his NBA potential, I'm very, very happy that he made the return to basketball after a very scary medical situation with his heart, right?
Oh,
so,
yeah.
I mean,
Amen
more
to
than
that.
anything, if we're going to talk Bronny James, I think it's, I wanted to say really just happy that he is with us and that he was alive. And I'm sure that's something that his dad has told him a lot about as well. So that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
That he's playing basketball, he's alive, and he's with us. So that's like the most important thing. So all this other stuff is sort of, sure, he's, one of those deals where once it happens to you, it kind of changes your perspective on life, right?
And
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
Ben, I appreciate you saying that. And it's like, not only was he cleared to play a full season of college basketball, but he's clearly been cleared to play, in the draft combine and whenever he does get
exactly
too.
So that's the main thing.
And LeBron James with the money, because he's a billionaire with a B. LeBron James, he probably has the best doctors that money can afford. So they ain't playing around with Bronny James.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
For sure.
And look, I'm not a doctor, obviously, but I am CPR certified. I know how serious that stuff is, especially cardiac arrest. I know how serious it is. So thank God he's alive. Thank God he can play. And shout out to Bronny, man. And look, like I said, the whole LeBron James, and I'm not trying to go a different route on what we're talking about here, but I feel a little bad for Bronny because of all of the LeBron James talk. It's like, oh, if you draft Bronny, you're getting LeBron James. And look, I've played a part in that. I've made videos and all that as a content creator. But I'm sure Bronny James is like, dude, I can play. I can offer a team X, Y, and Z,
Right.
And I'm sure he doesn't give a crap what the national media is saying or what Suns Geek's saying, He doesn't give a crap. But you got to kind of think maybe every once in a while he checks social media and sees what people are saying, Feel a little bad for him in that part. Because he's still a kid. I'm sure he checks social media,
It'd be tough. I tell you, it's tough to be the son of a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Alone. And then I think being the son of LeBron James is taking things to another level. So it's sort of next level when not only are you the son of a Hall of Famer, but you're a son of a Hall of Famer who's one of maybe 3 people that can contend with Michael Jordan for, the GOAT conversation. You know what I mean? It's like there's Hall of Fame and there's greatest of all time conversation. His dad's in that conversation. So that's kind of next level. So that's gotta be tough.
Real quick, I want to get to a comment. You're good, Boyd. You can come and go as you please. Although I think we're probably only going to go 30 more minutes. And I do want to get to the Jalen Tyson thing. Ben, I promise we'll get to that. But real quick, I just want to get to a comment. Do you even need to be drafted to go to the G League? If he goes undrafted, he could probably still play in the G League. Now, I'm assuming Mugg is talking about Bronny James here. The problem with that is Rich Paul has said he's not signing a 2-way. He's not going to play in the G League. I don't know if Rich Paul would allow that. I don't know if he has any control over that, but I don't know. I'm just saying his agent might get in the way of that, but who knows?
But while to ask you a question, a follow up on that, if he doesn't get drafted, what other options does his agent have?
Exactly.
That's clearly just trying to put the pressure on teams to draft him.
True.
He's just trying to boost his client stock with that. If he goes undrafted, then
then you're kind of shit out of luck.
he can go play in the NBL, make I don't know how much money on that league. But.
Yeah. Neither do I. Cheers for having us on, Geek. I probably won't get back on today, but I'll have a crack tomorrow.
Yes.
Thanks for having me on. I've got to go wrangle a couple of kids.
It's okay, Boyd. We'll have a drink tomorrow, man. It'll be a lot of fun. Tomorrow will be a more laid back show. I appreciate you being here, Boyd.
Too crazy, man. Have a good one. Catch you, Ben.
See you
later.
See you. Nice meeting you.
Thank you, Boyd. Appreciate you, buddy.
Cheers, mate.
Shout out to Boyd from the Aussie Suns Fans podcast. They've been nice enough to have me on their show a couple of times. A lot of alcohol during those shows. A lot of fun. So Ben, like I said, we'll probably go for about another 30 minutes if that's cool, because I've been live streaming for 3 hours and 30 minutes.
Whenever you're ready to wrap it up, I'll be with you.
And I think this is a good time, and I'm going to put it on the banner here to talk about Jalen Tyson. So if you kind of want to take over here and just tell us anything, everything about Jalen Tyson, who was selected 20th overall, you covered him, or no, excuse me, you didn't cover him, but you know a lot about him. You know more than I do about him. I was thinking Jaylen Brown when I said you covered him. I can't get that out of my head.
All good.
In a weird way, it kind of feels like you covered him.
Yeah.
So talk to us, man. Let's do it.
Yeah, no, Jalen Tyson. I got to see him play live 3 times against Standford. And then, I obviously still take an interest in kind of following Cal basketball and what they're doing over there across the bay in Berkeley, since that's my alma mater. And I also cover them for so many years. So I'm always interested in what Cal is doing. Their head coach is Mark Madsen, who played for the Lakers, won a couple of rings with Shaq and Kobe back in the day.
Yep.
Did those dance moves of the parade. That's what he's most famous for. But no, Jalen Tyson, kind of a really, really talented scorer, can put the ball in the basket. And what really I think is exciting about Jalen Tyson is just the variety of ways that he can score. And he's got good size. I was looking up, he's 6'7". I didn't really see he was 6'7" until I really looked it up.
I'm pulling it up on the thing, by the way, but go ahead.
Yeah, he's 6'7". And he's a guy that can score in a variety of ways. He can score off the bounce. He can score off the dribble. He can score from 3-point range. He can score around the basket. He's very athletic, dunks it effortlessly. And he came from his previous school was Texas Tech. And the way that Cal got him as sort of a back, because people want to know how did he end up at California? He was teammates with Fardaws Aimaq at Texas Tech. So both of them were at Texas Tech together. And Fardaws Aimaq before that was at Utah Valley with Mark Madsen. And so when Mark Madsen got the Cal job, and Fardaws Aimaq then entered the transfer portal, Mark Madsen was able to bring Fardaws Aimaq along with him to Berkeley. And then Fardaws Aimaq, being friends with Jalen Tyson, was able to get him to come to Cal. Now, the thing about Jalen Tyson that's interesting is because let me actually look up and see where he was before. Let me look up and see where he was, because there was a little bit of drama. He's lucky he was able to play this year because of the transfer situation. So he was at Texas, and then he was at Texas Tech, and then he was at Cal. So because the way the NCAA works is if you transfer once, you get a free transfer waiver. You can transfer once, go anywhere you want, play immediately, no questions asked. But if you transfer a second time and you don't yet have your degree, then you need to get a waiver, okay? And so Jalen Tyson, when he transferred to Cal from Texas Tech, the NCAA initially ruled that you would have to sit out the season. And so Mark Madsen and the Cal basketball staff, they basically put in a petition for him to get a waiver, for him to play again. And the reason why they said he should get a waiver to play immediately was because of the racism that he experienced at Texas Tech from his head coach, and that he went through a lot there and some hardship from his coach and whatnot. And so because of that, they felt that was extraordinary circumstances that should be given an exception for him to play. So there was a little bit of drama around whether or not he would even be able to play this past season. And then once he got the green light to play at Cal, the guy was just, dynamite for them. Really, and the other thing too about Jalen Tyson's situation at Cal was, he was coming in, it was Mark Madsen's first year. And I think, we talked about a little bit behind the scenes, but, Mark Fox, the previous head coach at Cal, just wrecked the program and sucked the life out of it.
Yep.
And they were coming off their worst. Mark Fox got, sort of tanked Cal to the worst record in program history. They won like 3 games all year before Mark Madsen came in. And so Jalen Tyson just injected and was a real huge spark plug to the Cal program and really gave them a superstar type player that they haven't really had since Jaylen Brown, And so, guys named Jalen tend to do well at Cal, no matter how it's spelled. Because Jalen spells is different. There's many different ways to spell Jalen. But no, he's just a very dynamic scorer, can score in a variety of ways. can hit the three, get around the basket, has great size, and is a guy that's not afraid to take big shots. So I think that he was a guy that we knew was going to get selected, but for him to go 20th to Cleveland, I mean, is a real pleasant surprise. And obviously, as I said earlier, the fact that he went 20th just tells me Cleveland really, really believes in him.
Yeah. Thank you, Ben, for the insight. I honestly learned a lot right there. There was some of that stuff that I did not know about Jalen Tyson, especially the whole racism, the coach and all that.
He's got a great story.
Yeah, that's that's some big stuff right there. But this is on Kevin O'Connor's, the Ringer, his big board and everything. He had Jalen Tyson at 31.
Oh wow, okay.
Yep. He writes this breakout transfer shining with high usage, though he has the complementary skills to be a role player, hustle, positional versatility, and post presence. The highlights that I've seen, obviously the dude can score. You talked about that. You covered that. But he is really kind of like shifty and crafty in a way. And I feel like he's pretty patient when he's attacking and scoring the ball and everything. I really like that. And then this is from a Twitter account that I recently discovered this month called League Him. And we obviously can't watch the highlights because I'll get copyrighted, but it says Cal's Jalen Tyson is someone who could rise throughout the pre-draft process. Skilled, strong, versatile at 6'7" with length. Great ball handler who can change pace, hit 40% of his ball screen threes and 38% of his spot ups. Separates with crafty and physicality, tools to scale down. And man, like I have notes here that I've gotten from like Sports Illustrated, Bleacher Report, some other SB Nation. I won't read all of them because that gets boring, but he's one of the fastest risers, as we mentioned, because he went 20 overall to Cleveland. Flashed the ability to be a highway two-end role player over the last 2 seasons, particularly as a three-point shooter, disruptor on defense. 6'6", 218 pounds. Clearly passes the eye test, in my opinion. And there's just so many, like I'm just reading so many things on Jalen Tyson, man. If we want to talk about cons, and I hate to do this, maybe his playmaking, and he didn't take a high volume of those threes, but I feel like he is a really good shooter and a really good scorer. And I could just go on and on about Jalen Tyson, man. Everything I'm reading here, everything I've seen, I really like this kid. And I'm glad that you were on here to help break down his story, break down his career and all that. And I'm glad that he went 20th overall, man. What a pickup by Cleveland, man. Yeah,
I'm very happy for him. It's a great story all around.
Yeah, man, definitely, bro. Man, this was a lot of fun, Ben. Like I said, tomorrow will definitely be a lot more different. We'll have some more guests on. But this was a great show, man. I've been live streaming for almost 3 hours and 40 minutes. I don't know if I can make the 4-hour mark unless somebody in the chat comes up with like a really good question. I'm starting to fade away here. My brain is coming to mush. But this was fun, Ben.
Yeah. Somebody did ask about Dunn. Just on him to kind of wrap up the Suns guy.
Yeah.
Someone asked, he's a center. Dunn is he's a wing power forward type guy, so not a center. So although I don't know, although I will say this, maybe you've watched more film of him, but in this era of small ball, perhaps given his athleticism, maybe if he's got the length, maybe he could be a little bit maybe he could guard some fives.
Yeah,
I guess he's thoughtful. But he's definitely more of a wing type, forward type than a center. And then someone did ask, is he better than Okogie? Your thoughts on that?
The way I look at it, it's not like these college kids can't compete with these professional basketball players, but Josh Okogie's been in the league for a few years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I would probably give the slight edge to Josh Okogie, but I'll just say this. If we keep Josh Okogie and we got Ryan Dunn, damn, dude, like those two they're going to make Devin Booker, KD, and Bradley Beal's life's hell in practice. And I love that. And I saw a tweet going around that was like, the Suns need a dog. They need that guy, that's going to disrupt people, be annoying in practice, work his ass off, defend people like crazy. We need that. The Suns need that.
Well, and just looking at Dunn's stats, he certainly seems to be that type of guy.
Yeah. I love it. I love it, man. I am all in on Ryan Dunn. Again, he wasn't my first choice. Not that I'm like a draft expert or anything, but
right.
The homework I did, I literally crammed my brain for about a month. Tyler Kolek was my first pick. Ryan Dunn was right there as my second, if you will.
That's great.
And real quick, Wyatt says, hey guys, where can you watch the second round? It says ESPN, but it's not there for me. Yeah, so tomorrow, and I just want to make sure I'm getting this right. So tomorrow it's going to be on a little earlier, NBA draft. NBA.com has a frequently asked questions page. And I've talked about this a couple of times on the live show. It's 4 p.m. Eastern time, ESPN. Now, let me just check my TV. Because I know you're in California, Ben, correct? So your time's different than mine.
What time is it tomorrow?
It's on 4 p.m. Eastern time. So that's early. Now, again, we don't talk politics here, but Tim Reynolds pointed this out that there's a presidential debate tomorrow. So I think they're trying to get that done.
That makes sense because that's going to. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's on 3 o'clock my time. 3 o'clock.
Okay. Yeah, 1 o'clock.
Yeah,
so
I might not talk your time.
Yeah, so we'll see if I can hop on there. We'll see.
Hey, even if you're just willing to join for 5 minutes, man, I'll take it. But yeah, tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern time. That is the draft tomorrow. And real quick, this isn't everybody. I'm just kind of reading off of a list here, sort of. There's still a lot of guys that didn't get drafted, to my knowledge, that could. I'm just going to read some of the names here. Let's start with, did Bobby Klitman get drafted? I'm not sure if he did.
I don't think he did.
Tyler Kolek still on the board. Johnny Furphy. Let's see who else. Jonathan Mogbo. I don't think he got drafted.
No, Jonathan? Where did he play college at? I'm trying to remember that name.
He played San Francisco, I believe.
Oh yeah, Jonathan San Francisco. Yeah, he was good. Yeah, he was good. Because that's where I remember that name. He was good, San Francisco.
Somebody who I'm kind of a fan of, you might know this because I think it's in the area. Is it Adam Bana? Is that how you pronounce that? He's from UCLA. Do you know him? Yeah, he's a very athletic guy. Very athletic, yes.
Yeah, he's a very athletic guy. Yes, very athletic.
Yeah, he could be a second round sort of steal if you are. I pulled up Kevin O'Connor's thing on him right here. UCLA, shades of Montrezl Harrell, who was a really good player. Bismack Biyombo, former Sun, 6'8" with a 7'4" wingspan, bouncy, athletic, rebounder, shot blocker. Maybe a second round steal. Maybe
one other guy. We're just I'm thinking guys who I saw play this year that is a need to watch. I'm trying to see if he's in the draft even. Let's see. Oh, okay, never mind. A guy, I guess, for next year, to keep in mind for next year. People want a very early thought of next year's 2025 NBA draft, because you brought up San Francisco, and so another WCC guy came to mind. There was a guy named Adama Alpha-Ball who plays for Santa Clara, and he will be back for his senior year next year for Santa Clara. But he's a very athletic wing guy. You watch him play; he passes the eye test, can stretch the floor, and can shoot. So if people are looking at a possible first-round guy, you might be talking a year from now, Adama Alpha-Ball of Santa Clara. So I was just wondering if he fell or what his status was, but he's back for Santa Clara for one more year. Same school as Steve Nash. There's your time to the Suns.
Exactly.
So that's one name to keep in mind for next year. So maybe next year you can have me on to discuss him.
The-
But I'm a little surprised, actually, he's coming back because he's got tremendous physical tools and has all the tools, and that's usually what makes guys come out. So yeah, Santa Clara's Adama Alpha Ball is the guy to keep an eye on for next year.
The only thing I know about the 2025 NBA draft is that it's highly anticipated and apparently a lot better than this draft class. And I know the name Cooper Flagg. I've watched a lot of film on him. He's going to play for Duke this year. Obviously, we got to see how he is at Duke, but the kid is super talented, and I could see a lot of teams tanking for him, especially like the Wizards and the Nets, teams like that tanking for him.
Yeah.
Don't know if he'll go number one overall because there's a lot of number one overalls in next year's draft.
Yeah.
But Cooper Flagg's a kid to watch out for. And, man, kid's super. He's long, he's athletic, can defend, can shoot, super talented. Remember the name Cooper Flagg, y'all.
Yeah. Oh, and just on Spencer Jones, to tie him back, a buddy of mine on the Stanford beat sent me a note. He's a little more skeptic of Jalen Tyson. He said Jalen Tyson at 20, Spencer Jones locked him up. So it's kind of Spencer Jones defended him really well. So for teams looking to draft, look at Spencer Jones. He defended Jalen Tyson really well this year. So kind of ties back into another guy we were talking about earlier. But I thought that was a funny note. He was like, Jalen Tyson 20? He said Spencer Jones locked him up. So
I mean, obviously you and your friend know a lot more about that than I do, but let's be real. There's probably lots of guys in this draft who are locked up by certain players. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. It's more of a comedic thing than anything else, but that was a funny response, I thought.
I did read some things about Jalen Tyson's kind of stinker games, if you will. And we'll quickly go over that. It's not like it matters anymore because the guy's been drafted. But like I saw some games where he would shoot like 2 for 13 or something like that.
Yeah.
And just had games but like every player has those games. But that doesn't mean like he's a terrible player or anything. No.
And by the way, he was asked to do a lot for Cal. I mean, he was really their offense. So I mean, they were asking him to take, those shots. And if you're asked to take a lot of shots, you're going to have games like that. If those of us that play basketball will know this, that just some nights you have an off shooting night. It's all right. It happens. So that's nothing to worry about. Yeah,
I agree with that, man. Ben, do you got anything else, man? Because I'm running out of gas here.
Out of gas too. Just to quickly address the Jazz, since there was a comment in here from Chris Stu. Jazz got Stellan Collier.
They did.
I agree with that. I watched him play against Stanford and really liked his ability to attack the rim and score. So I think Isaiah Collier is a nice pickup for them. I agree with that. That's a nice pick for them. So
who was the other guy you got at 10? Who's that?
See, okay, I'll be honest. I was originally thinking of that guy just now.
Yeah, I know. No.
Collier, Collier, but Collier, yes. Collier is a nice pickup too. Both Pac-12 guys. Let's go through that one
you guys got Cody Williams at 10.
That's what I was thinking of. But the Jazz, I think the Jazz got steals in both picks. I think Cody Williams from Colorado was very good. Very athletic guy. And then, I do think that Isaiah Collier of USC, who I saw him play against Stanford. He's got good size for a point guard, good size for a guard, athletic guy. Can score. Very physical guard too, as well. Isaiah Collier is. I would agree. I think for Utah, that's a steal. That's a guy that I think would be a nice pickup for them. The USC guard, Isaiah Collier. USC, kind of an interesting basketball program, but their women's head coach, by the way, Lindsey Gottlieb, was in the NBA a few years back.
Okay.
With the Cavaliers and coached and was on the staff, and Darius Garland was there as a rookie, so kind of a tie in there. But no, I think Collier was a steal. I think Utah did well. Stu was saying very physical. Oh, I guess maybe we can end on this. Mug, I don't mean to take over your show for you.
No,
but
it's
Mug,
okay, man. Like I said, I'm running out of gas, so you can take over.
this is a good way to go out. Mug just said before y'all go, what's your guys' favorite basketball movie? Do you have a favorite basketball movie? This is a good way to end
Oh,
it.
Mug, thank you so much. This is gonna okay. Maybe we'll go 4 hours now because that just lit up my whole vibe, man. Off the top of my head, Coach Carter, what's it called? Glory Road. If you give me a minute, I have a whole bunch of movies over here, but go ahead and name yours, Ben.
Yeah, one that comes to my mind is The Air Up There with Kevin Bacon. Have you seen that one?
I don't think I've seen that one.
You should see that. The Air Up There with Kevin Bacon's really cool. That was a really fun one. Trying to think what else. White Men Can't Jump is a classic.
Oh, duh. How did I forget that one? Yeah.
That was fun. Yeah, I'm trying to think what else for basketball movies.
Celtic Pride with Dan Aykroyd and Daniel Stern from the 90s. It's a classic.
That's a real classic. Hoosiers, of course, is a classic.
Yeah, Hoosiers. I've only seen Hoosiers twice, and I know that might sound like an unpopular opinion. I like it, but it's not like my favorite, you know?
Right. It's not but it's still a classic.
Yeah, I can watch it though. Like I won't hate myself if I watch it.
Yeah. Air Bud is fun. I David Ray said Air Bud. I gotta watch Air Bud again. Yeah, that's a fun one.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab some of my basketball movies. Give me 1 second.
I'm just gonna add definitely not the LeBron James Space Jam. That is one of the worst basketball movies in all of existence.
I never even saw that, and I'm not even like bummed about that.
No. Yeah, don't watch it.
Yeah, thanks. It saved me 2 hours. The original Space Jam though is good with Michael Jordan. The original.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Bill Murray.
My favorite line from that movie is when they're playing golf and Bill Murray's asking him, oh, well, why can't I play in the NBA? And is it because I'm white? And then Michael says to him, well, Larry's white. And then Bill Murray says, Larry's not white. Larry's clear. That's a great line.
Yeah. If I had to say it, I really do like Glory Road a lot. I know sounds like Gory mentioned it, but I just love those movies that show the history and like how like you go nowadays where it's common for someone who's black to be playing, but now and back in the day, like everyone like it was a whole racist situation. They couldn't play in colleges, white colleges and stuff, and then they broke the barrier. And I find that amazing.
You talking about Glory Road?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I love Glory Road. Speaking of that, I have Glory Road right here on DVD.
Nice.
I love this movie. Great acting, great story, and just like you said, man, everything with the racism and everything these guys had to go through, man. It's based off a true story, obviously.
Wow.
Yeah, incredible film, man.
Have you all seen Hoop Dreams?
No, I've heard of it though.
It's really interesting. It kind of chronicles the story of two basketball players in the Chicago area. I think it's Chicago area, and kind of their dreams of making the NBA. And neither of them made the NBA, but it was really interesting to kind of go through kind of like their journeys and their hoop aspirations. And yeah, Hoop Dreams is really good. I did for my senior high school. We had to do a document. We had to like review a documentary for my senior high school English project, and I chose Hoop Dreams. It's a really people haven't seen Hoop Dreams. See Hoop Dreams, and
I might have to watch it right now.
Yeah, Space Jam's a classic, but yeah, Hoop Dreams is really.
Let's watch it after this, geek. Let's keep it going.
No, God, no. I'm gonna go. Yeah, but real quick, I'm gonna full screen myself because I want to show y'all some of my favorite basketball movies. Obviously, Space Jam. I got this for my birthday a long time ago.
Nice.
Steelbook edition for all you movie collectors. This is the Steelbook edition.
Ooh, I like that.
Looney Tunes. I love it. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care if it's just nostalgia talking. I love this movie.
It was an iconic movie.
As I mentioned before, Celtic Pride. I've seen The Sixth Man before. It's okay, but I love Celtic Pride. I don't know why. I just do. We already talked about Glory Road. Seriously, highly recommend this film if you haven't seen it.
Amazing movie.
Ben, you mentioned this one earlier. White Men Can't Jump. I don't know how I
Yes.
forgot about this one. Great film. This one, a lot of people don't like. I find it entertaining. Eddie with Whoopi Goldberg, where she becomes like the Knicks coach.
Mm.
Oh, I just remembered one.
Which one?
Joanna Man.
Yeah, Joanna Man.
Joanna Man. Yeah.
Coach Carter, y'all. Oh my God. Seriously, please
Classic.
watch this movie. Coach Carter is amazing. And then this one's a recent one. This one might get overlooked. I think it came out like in 2021. It's called The Way Back with Ben Affleck.
Okay.
And it kind of is inspired by some of his life events in terms of like his drinking and his battle with alcoholism. Cause that's,
Oh, wow.
it's not really a spoiler in the trailer. It even shows that, like, but it is a basketball movie. Really good movie. I highly recommend this film, y'all.
What was the one with Adam Sandler as the scout?
Oh, Hustle, I think.
Hustle,
with Anthony
yeah.
Edwards. I haven't seen that.
I like that one.
I heard it. I heard
been
it's
a while,
really good.
so.
Yeah, I heard it's really good. I still need to see that movie.
It's funny. Like Bojan Marjanovic was like a European, a different person, and he's like faking his age, like he's saying he's 20, but he's really like 38 or something like that. And like his kid runs in on him, and it's like, oh well. I just thought it was,
Shout out to Mug for the great question, man. Keeping this show going almost 4 hours, man.
There was when I was flying back from, where was I flying back from? I think I was flying back from Norway or Sweden a year ago. On the flight back on the airplane, I was going through movies, and I watched a really interesting documentary on like what happened to the Vancouver Grizzlies and like why did they fail in Vancouver. Like that
I could get behind that.
That was super interesting. That talked about that was really interesting. And this Filipino girl who lives in Vancouver and is like a diehard, like the Philippines, y'all like love basketball. Like it's like their national sport. Philippines love basketball. And so she like remembers like as a kid going to Vancouver Grizzlies games. And like when the Grizzlies like moved to Memphis, like her heart was broken. And like all these like diehard Vancouver Grizzlies fans, maybe like 12 of them or 10 of them, but like there's this little tribe of people that like save our Grizzlies, right? But this just really fascinating documentary, and like it ends with her like going to Memphis and like going to a Memphis Grizzlies game and like meeting this father and son that like bond over the Memphis Grizzlies, and like she's like comes to peace with like, well, like the Grizzlies are bringing these people joy here in Memphis, and I don't want to strip them of their team and the joy. Like, but it was just like it was really interesting to like learn about like why that team failed. And I don't know, Vancouver NBA. I would love to see Vancouver get an NBA team again. I think they would get behind them. It was just wrong time. And like Steve Francis like screwed the franchise over. Yeah, and the reason why they failed and the Raptors did it was the Raptors got Vince Carter and they did it. I mean, so that was well worth the watch. That was super interesting. So
awesome,
I saw a similar one with the whole Sonics situation. Sonics Gate is what it's called. It's kind of the whole situation of how it started going downhill once Howard Schultz took over. And then it started going downhill. Then they sold to a guy, said they would keep the team there, and then they kind of went back on it and then moved the team to Oklahoma City. But they've been rallying for a team for years. I'd love to see them with a team as well. Seattle definitely needs a team. The Kings almost had that situation happen. They almost moved to Seattle, but then Kevin Johnson kept them in Sacramento. Former NBA player Kevin Johnson, who I believe I'm not sure if I'm not sure if he still is, but he was the mayor of Sacramento at the time. I'm pretty sure.
Probably.
Yeah. But. Yeah, that's another good documentary. Seen the whole situation with that too. Oh, I love the hat.
That's a cool hat.
Love it. Oh, there you go.
Sonics and Grizzlies. I wanted to whip those out. Vancouver Grizzlies hat. Love it. Seattle Sonics. Love it. Honestly, I wish both those cities get their teams back. That'd be really cool.
Yeah.
Get a Pacific Northwest rivalry going again. Yeah.
I have a project I'm working on right now. I've been posting it like the last like 6 days. It's like, what if teams never relocated or changed names or colors or whatever? And I knew right away I was gonna post the Thunder as the Seattle one, and I'm like, this is gonna kill. Everyone's gonna be pissed off about this. It's gonna go off the rails. because it's the Thunder branding, but with Seattle and their colors, and people are just like, no, we don't want to associate with that at all. Like fuck them and all that. So
guys, we've reached the 4-hour mark.
Go for 420.
And I am officially, my car is, I have no gas left. I'm just so tired.
Running off the fumes. You're almost at 300 people right now, though.
I know, right? But that question by Mug really helped push the show over 4 hours. But guys, this was a lot of fun. This was a blast. I can't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be more laid back show, more fun. Maybe we'll go another 4 hours. Screw it. Who cares? I'm on quote unquote vacation right now. So I got nothing going on. I can sleep all night and recharge for tomorrow and be ready to go. And Ben, I know it's kind of early for you and all that, but if you can even join us for like 5 or 10 minutes, man, you're invited.
Thank you. I'll do my best to hop on tomorrow. Thank you for that. It was fun tonight. It was fun being on. Thank you so much,
man. It brought back the glory days, man. Like I said, before you had joined the show, Ben, I was kind of like hyping you up. I was like, oh, Ben Parker's going to join the show. He was with me back like when I had like 100 subscribers. And that was
when
back
I first started. Yeah.
That was before I was even Suns geek.
How many subscribers you got now? What's you up to?
Like over 9K.
Dude, that's so awesome. That's so exciting. I'm so happy for you. That's awesome.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I couldn't have done it without you and Casey and so many other people, man. Like I appreciate y'all, man. Yeah,
it's fun to watch this channel grow. It's been great.
Casey designed my logos. He designed the background that you see. He designed the intro. He helped me produce this show and many others.
Love it.
Man.
I'm a Bay Area kid, so I'm in the same area as you too. So.
There you go. Yeah, Ada Mahaney. Yeah, there you go.
I'm gonna put you guys on the spot here. What's your guys' message to the world before we get out of here? I'm gonna put you guys on the spot.
You want to go first or last, Ben? Like, how do you want to do this?
Like what message to the world?
Like a good message, something positive, something nice. What's your message to the world?
I would just say be kind to one another. That's my message. Just be kind to people. Simple.
Amen, brother.
Yeah.
Amen. Casey, I'm putting you on the spot here. What's your message to the world?
Light the beam.
I knew you were going to say that, dude. I knew it. I knew you were going to say that. I'm going to get cliche and say what I say at the end of every live show is just be kind to people, y'all. Be patient with one another. Love one another. There's too much negativity in the world. Instead of all this hot take clickbait stuff, how about we just spread positivity? And you can hot take and clickbait with that, something nice. Be kind to each other, y'all. But I also want to give a shout out to Boyd from the Aussie Suns Fans podcast, who joined us earlier. Tomorrow, I'm anticipating being joined by Super Mario Hoops, Chicago Bulls fan, fellow content creator. And this was a fun show, y'all. I cannot repeat that enough, but I am out of gas. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. Ben, keep in touch. Casey, you're pointing at the screen.
Smash that like button, subscribe. And if it has to do with the Phoenix Suns, he's going to make a video back.
I love y'all, man. Peace out. God bless. Ben, you can stay in the chat afterwards once it's over. But yeah, peace out. God bless. Win or lose, Phoenix Suns for life. And go Suns.
What's up, Suns?